And that's, I'm not seeing it on the website where you joined the meeting. Usually there's a link on the county website for joining the meeting. Oh, at the very top, it's a different location. Apologize.
Are we good?
Mhm.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Today is Tuesday, September 24th, 2024. And I'm now calling the meeting to order. It is now 9:00 a.m. And we're just going to have a little bit of change up in the order here. We'll be going to first Resolution 24-124, a resolution authorizing the execution of County Attorney Services Agreement with Fairfield and Woods. And we have County Manager
Thank you,
Rears.
Commissioners. As you're aware, we released an RFP about 2 months ago for legal services. We had a total of 5 firms that expressed interest. 3 were selected to go through the interview process. First round was with staff and elected officials. Second round is with the Board of County Commissioners. And the firm that was selected to move forward is Fairfield and Woods. And the resolution before you is to move forward with them, to put them under contract with the letter of engagement.
Okay, and do we have any questions or comments? No, Commissioners?
The only comment I want to say, we did have a great opportunity to review all the 3 candidates. And I believe they were all qualified and competent. And they were an excellent selection to pick from.
Okay, great. Then I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt Resolution 24-124. Resolution authorizing the execution of County Attorney Service Agreement with Fairfield and Woods, P.C.
I second.
Okay, having a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And Resolution 24-124 is adopted 3-0. And then I'd like to welcome to the table then Jack Reutzel, who will be our representative from Fairfield and Woods. Great, welcome. And then we'll move to Resolution 24-125.
Yeah, who's
Oh, yeah, he's got it on.
on? So you want to put us,
He's already set up. He
Great.
was set up before, yes.
oh, I can't see it. No, I'm you.
We'll move to Resolution 24-125, amending the list of official appointments. And again, County Manager Rears.
So obviously, if following the first action that was just approved by the board, the next action would be the formal appointment of Jack Reutzel as the county attorney.
Any questions or comments regarding the resolution?
I have none.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
All right, Madam Chair, I move that we adopt Resolution 24-125. This is amending the list of official appointments. And in doing so, we are appointing Jack Reutzel as the Gilpin County Attorney, effective immediately. And we are updating our list, which is here as Exhibit A, but it'll be updated on the county website.
I second.
Having a motion and second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And Resolution 24-125 is now adopted. Then we'll go on to our agenda review. Are there any changes in the agenda?
I have none.
I have no changes.
Okay, and if I can ask the County Attorney Reutzel, if you could please ask about conflicts of interest.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chairman. I'm just for the record, please, for the board to indicate if any matter on the agenda this morning presents any conflicts now, it would be appropriate for you to disclose them.
I have no conflicts.
I have no conflicts.
I have no conflicts.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and I'll now open the floor for public or press comments. The comments are limited to 3 minutes per person, and County Manager Rears will keep time for us. Do we have anyone signed up? Is anyone signed up? No? And do we have anyone online?
No one online, Commissioner Berman.
Okay, having no comments, we'll move on to the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I move to adopt the consent agenda with Resolution 24-131, Amendment to Master Policy and Procedure Manual, Policy P16. I'm sorry, we wanted an amendment of that.
Yeah, so it would need to be
Okay,
pulled off.
so
the consent.
Madam Chair, I rescind my motion, and I would like to remove Resolution 24-131 from the consent agenda.
And any single commissioner can remove an item from the consent agenda. So where would the board like to place that on the agenda?
Madam Chair, again, I make a motion to adopt resolution, the consent agenda, which is the approval of Board of County Commissioners special meeting minutes for September 9, 2024, and regular meeting minutes for August 27, 2024.
Did we move it off? You asked where?
Yeah, did you want to
Commission-
put
yeah.
it for
I didn't
discussion?
hear a reply.
Yeah, so Commissioner Mornis would like the resolution 24-131 removed. And then she made a motion to approve the remaining consent agenda.
Do I need to say where I want it in the agenda? Or to be discussed?
Usually the chair does that.
Yeah,
I'd like to have it discussed before item number 7.
Okay, we can go ahead and remove Resolution 24-131 from the consent agenda and change it to item 6, what, C, or item 7,
6.5.
or 6.5?
Okay.
Okay, we'll make it item 6.5.
And then I'll second the approval of the minutes on the consent agenda.
Okay. And all in favor? Aye. And the minutes are approved, 3-0. Then we'll move on to 6.5, 6.5, Resolution 24-131. You had comments regarding that?
I did. I'm not finding the copy that we just edited.
So
That is Resolution 24-122, correct?
but I believe Commissioner Mornis's question is in the language of the adoption of the policy as it states under now therefore be it resolved. 1, that the board approves and adopts the amended master policy and procedure manual with inclusion of amendment P16, letter of support and opposition policy. I believe she's interested in revising that language to the version that I just wrote and handed out just prior to the meeting, where it would be the board approves the amended P16 letter of support and opposition policy and adding it to the master policy and procedure manual. But I'll stand corrected if Commissioner Mornis has something different than what I just stated.
I just want clarification that we're voting on the addition to the procedure manual, not adoption of the complete procedure manual, for clarification.
So the overall procedure, the overall master policy and procedure manual is the kind of the vessel that holds all of the policies as they're adopted. So we will change the wording in the future. It's really adding this policy to the overall manual where all the policies are in.
That's in my reading of the resolution. I just took it as that we're approving in the inclusion of this to the policy and procedure manual, P16.
Yeah, it
That's
says
what I
we're,
think, believe that was the intent, to just include this into the master policy, not to approve as it's written, saying we're approving the complete master policy.
it does say the amended. It says amended, that we're
Master
approving the
policy and
amended
procedure.
to include it. So it's just, I think it's fine, but if you want to change it, I think it's just semantics.
I think the key element here is inclusion. That's referencing that it's including this policy into the master policy and procedure manual.
Right, that's what it says. It says amending to include.
Change amendment to include, okay. That would be satisfactory to me,
The way that it is then.
and say amended to include.
Do we have different versions? The one I have says adopts the amended master policy and procedure manual with the inclusion of. Do you have a different?
So the version that everyone here at the table and publicly would have is the same. That the board approves and adopts the amended master policy and procedure manual with the inclusion of amended P16 letter of support or opposition policy.
And that's what we have?
Yes, there are no other versions other than there was a handwritten version for a later one, but we could all have that conversation separately than this.
I can go either way. I think they both say the same things.
I just wanted to be clear that we're just adopting the inclusion of this P16 policy and not adopting the approval of the complete master policy. That's what this says, then that's.
Yeah, I would say that's exactly what it says.
Okay.
In the resolution. So I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to adopt resolution 24-131.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt resolution 24-131, amending the master policy and procedure manual P16 letter of support or opposition policy.
I'll second.
Having the motion in second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And resolution 24-131 is adopted 3-0. Okay, thank you. And now we'll move on to the CEBT insurance rate renewal. And Chenda Johnson, our Human Resources Director.
Commissioner
Waiting.
Commissioner Bruman, I believe the representative is not here yet, so we would ask that we move on to the treasurer's report.
Okay, we'll go ahead and go to the treasurer's part. We have Mary Lorenz, our county treasurer, presenting. Morning.
Good morning.
You have the August 2024 treasurer's report in front of you.
Yes, thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Our tax collections are slightly lower than last year, but above taxes collected in 2021.
And it looks like our county funds are all healthy.
Yes, they are. Thanks to the gaming money.
Can you, did you want questions or?
If you have
Oh,
questions.
yeah, I was wondering why the suspense was a little higher right now. Is that, are there just transfers pending?
I don't know, let
Do
me
you have
think.
this page?
No, I have that page.
Okay, yeah.
Um. I would have to look into that to tell you. Nothing off the top of my head,
Okay.
rings a bell as to why it would be higher than last year.
Yeah. It's just timing sometimes, like.
Sometimes
it's
timing, yes, you
timing.
get money in and it doesn't get out in the same month, yes.
I think I had asked a question previously about the transfer from the Conservation Trust and why that fund had dropped so much, and you mind explaining
The
that again?
Conservation Trust or Colo Trust?
Colorado Trust.
Colo Trust.
Mhm.
So,
Well,
Colo Trust, we take money out of that to pay some of our districts because they hold money. Their account is also in Colo Trust. So it's just a take out of our account, put into their account. The city of Central, Miners Mesa, and Silver Dollar Metro.
And
So
so-
when we collect their taxes in, that money goes into Wells Fargo. But then when we pay it to them, it comes out of Colo Trust account. And Colo Trust is where we put money in as an investment.
okay, so was that the one that you were taking money out of for short-term investing? For checking, to keep your checking account at a certain level?
Yes, we do take money out of Colo Trust and C-Save sometimes if we need money in the checking account to cover expenses.
So the large change that I saw last time was because all those funds were due to the jurisdictions.
To the jurisdiction, yes. This last month, we did take money out, a large amount of money out of our Colo Trust account and our C-Safe account to invest in our Wells Fargo investment account. Because we were in the midst of getting our gaming funds. And so the gaming money went into Wells Fargo. But we hadn't received it in the bank yet, but we were making investments on that money because of the interest.
And so it was a timing issue.
It was a timing issue, yes.
Right. Thank you.
And so in September, you'll see that money going back into Colo Trust and C-Safe
November, go back, okay?
in October, September.
It
This
is,
report's for August.
Mhm.
In September,
And
we
next-
transferred gaming money into Colo Trust and C-Safe to get the higher interest instead of leaving it in Wells Fargo checking.
okay,
It's always important to mention the investment is fully safe. It's like T-bills and CDs,
Mhm.
fully secure, not in the stock market or anything, just to clarify that if anyone has any questions.
I appreciate you putting them in the higher interest than before, so that's.
Yes, yes, we tried to capture the interest before the rates dropped.
Mhm.
Any other
That was good,
questions?
Tammy.
Sheriff hasn't needed any of the nuisance fund.
No, he hasn't used that money in quite a
Quite a
while.
while.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Can it just keep accumulating endlessly?
I believe it can, yes, and there
Okay.
are restrictions on how they can spend that money.
Right. I do recall that.
Yes.
Yeah.
What they are, I don't know off the top of my head, but there are restrictions.
So going forward with the tax lien sale, do you know kind of a guesstimate how many properties will be going on that?
I checked this morning and we are at 258 unpaid tax accounts. Which is about average. Once we advertise,
Hmm.
quite a few of those will get paid.
people just haven't gotten around to it or set
They
it
forgot
aside.
or something, yes, and
Right.
then they see their name in the paper, or their neighbor calls and says, hey, your name's in the paper. And then they come in and pay.
On average, how many do we usually have go to the final tax?
Usually right around 100,
Okay. So more than half will come in and paid in.
yes, hopefully.
Is this typical then, 258?
It is typical, yes.
Okay.
So as of the end of August, I'll say almost 39 million cash on hand. That's total cash balance.
Yes, almost 39 million.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to highlight for us? Or,
That's it.
okay, any other questions or comments?
Oh, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Mary.
Thank you, Mary.
And should we go ahead and go to the next? Resolution 24-122, the amending the master policy and procedure manual with coroner's cash deposit. Good morning.
Resolution you have before you is just to deal and codify more of what I've done for years regarding when someone passes away and they have cash, especially a large amount of them.
Mhm.
And with that, are there any questions?
The amount that you have on there, $300 is typical or the maximum that you expect?
Well, there is no typical because really no one else does this policy.
So it's new.
Just.
That based on your experience.
Yeah,
it has to be
so
done.
300 seems to be, if you look at most people, like if you look in your own wallet right now, you probably do not have $300. That seems to be but it jumps around and Mary's been around long enough. I mean, the last one I deposited a month ago was 1,400. The largest amount I've deposited is 28,000. So, but 300 seems to be a good cutoff. Part of this came about because many, many years ago, I gave the personal effects to the two daughters of the decedent, including $2,000 in cash. They went and spent it and told their third sister that they never got the money.
Hmm.
The other problem is I also make sure that when I give the money back, one, it is to legal next of kin. Two, they don't owe child support to any jurisdiction in Colorado, and they have no civil claim. Because those are easy to clarify. And the last one I did was about 4,300 that went to Arapahoe County courts because of lack of child support.
Okay.
So, but the reason it probably needs to be more codified now is there are people who question the fact that they say that that's their money, and actually it's not. But
Okay.
I just getting pushback from some people of recent, more that they want the money, and they may not even be the legal next of kin.
Hmm.
And Mary, and ever since I did this with Elaine, and Mary's been very helpful in the office with it.
Okay. Okay.
And the form you see in here is, I mean, we have this pretty well down pat. On once I find out who it is, the money goes into the treasurer's office, money goes out. But then when that check is written, there's a paper trail of that money.
Does it ever have to go to court for any reason?
Hmm?
Do you ever have to go to court for any reason in this process, or you've been able to manage it? with
No, I
this?
can manage it. Yeah. I would envision that there are times because people are becoming more astute to different political maneuvering. Okay. The last one I had, the brother didn't tell me that the decedent had 4 biological children. That's why I have to be very careful.
So just formalizing the process.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
Make
and
things
then
a
it's
lot more-
clear for Mary and me both.
okay.
How often does it happen? On 3.5? It says that through the process, it may end up going to the first judicial district public administrator.
Right.
How often does
There's
that happen?
sometimes that we've had money, a fair amount too. But you also have to remember, not necessarily deposited in the treasurer's office, but the decedent may have, because we have that right now where they have bank going down to Wells Fargo today with a subpoena on the
Oh.
decedent. They may not have someone to give the money to. So the first judicial district, and that's a whole separate process called the public administrator.
Right.
If I find it overburdensome or complicated, I can refer it to the public administrator. But that doesn't happen that often to usually get things resolved. But this was to codify this process for both Mary and myself.
Okay, yeah, sounds
Does this
very
vary-
reasonable.
And does this vary from county to county or state to state?
What?
Does the process vary from county to county or state to state?
There is no process.
There is no process. So well, I was asking because, as you know, my brother passed in April, and
Right.
that was in Iowa, and we had to go to the sheriff's office to pick up.
Yeah, I
what
think
was
different
there.
people have it. Here's probably the difference is you're actually picking up the cash.
We had no cash.
Hmm?
We had no cash, and
Yeah.
we just, yeah.
And this, I mean, Jeffco just gives the cash. Okay, the problem is giving cash is just giving cash. We don't know.
There's no paper trail.
Right,
Right.
as to who
And if
received it.
someone comes back and says, hey, then you have no paper trail to know what you did with the money or to prove what you did with the money.
And that becomes problematic with the communication. One of the unfortunate things in this field is we don't necessarily have families that agree with each other. And so you have to walk the middle ground and again, finding out who is the legal next of kin. And various people unfortunately do not qualify as the legal next of kin. And I was going to show you a picture here because even what I do, there's the picture of $1,400. So short of taking a picture of every bill and its serial number, I don't have a tracking mechanism.
Right.
Okay.
And I thought taking photographs of bills is not legal.
No, it's true.
It is
Yeah.
legal.
Mhm.
Okay.
Why would that?
I know someone told me that because I was going to take a picture of some money that I wanted to show what we earned at that time. And
Yeah,
they
I
said,
don't
no, you
know if-
can't take pictures of money.
Yeah,
So-
I don't know if that applies to a death investigation.
Yeah, right.
Law enforcement takes, I mean, Kevin's right here. You take pictures of a lot of things.
Yeah.
And you don't necessarily want to share them. But again, this is more the fact that when you do give the money and plus the other thing is, it may take 3 months or longer to find who is the legal
Yeah.
next of kin.
Mhm.
And keeping that money just locked away. Keeping controlled substances like drugs and stuff is not a complicated process, but money gets into a more tethered and complicated, mainly because you have different fractions of families that if there is a large sum of money, they want that money back. But again, I have to ensure that really who is the legal next of kin. Because in two cases, and the attorney can attest this, in one case, that money had to go back to the trust because the individual's deceased now. So I know that process, but again, all I do is send Mary an email and with all the appropriate information, the check's written. And for all of us here in Gilpin County, we're covered because we've got a tracking mechanism.
Right, and we need to be the neutral party
Right.
when dispersing monies. Okay.
So anything non-cash goes to the sheriff's office for evidence?
No. No, I collect personal effects. I mean, obviously, depending on what it is, if it's a crime scene, it's a different world completely. But most stats, no, we retain the personal effects. And then with whatever investigation is needed, a lot of times there's not, then you sign it over to the next of kin.
Mhm.
Now, there are caveats to that. I cannot give back passport. If you know, there are a number of IDs there. I had one ID that was Boeing and NASA. Those IDs do not belong to anyone else other than the individual.
Hmm.
So, because I had two women up here that took two credit cards of family member and used them after his death.
Mhm.
That was actually in the news in Denver. At the same time that the two guys were using money from the death, carrying the body around from shotgun release. So when you have a credit card, that credit card does not give you a right to use it.
Right.
But like billfold contents, jewelry and things like that do go to the family, and we have an inventory form for that.
No, this again is just for the cash.
Yeah, cash is the one thing we need to keep track
Okay.
because it's very negotiable. It's very tangible, but again, you also have families who like, again, I just want to be in the, when we give the money, we know who's it went to, and when they catch the check, we have a clear trail of both ways.
Mhm.
So when you developed this policy, did you have another policy you could use? Because you say it's very unique for counties to have these. Did you?
I did this 16 years ago.
Okay.
We started this a while ago, yes.
Mhm.
But you mean when we created this or
Oh, I
or
assume.
years ago when we first started it?
Oh, I thought this was new, but this is just an update to it.
This is just putting it in writing,
Oh,
Right.
okay.
what we do and what we've been doing for many years.
And the reason for the writing is because they're, again, with different families or different individuals, their claim to that money can
Mhm.
vary. And so that seems to be the one caveat to where people want things. The other thing is rings, but that's a separate issue.
Mhm.
But
So if anyone ever questions, we could say per Gilpin County policy, this is what we do.
Which
And
is,
you have something in
And we have
writing to
something
get
in
them.
writing to show them. yes.
which is generally why we have the master policy in place, because we had a number of verbal policies and the handshake agreements, and then we're trying to document everything and put everything in writing. So this is a perfect example of any cleaning up of the overall policies for the county.
I only have one comment on the wording again. Now therefore be it resolved, right below that, approves, what I'd like to change to approves and adopts. The addition of P22 coroner's cash deposition policy to the master policy and procedure manual. Instead of approving the whole manual, this is adopting, or an addition, excuse me, of P22.
So if I could add a suggestion based on the last conversation, if the board is inclined to approve this resolution 24-122, then now therefore be resolved to add an inclusion of, and so I'll say the entire section, approves and adopts the master policy and procedure manual with the inclusion of the section that's added, updated P22 coroner's cash disposition policy. That's similar language to the last resolution the board just approved.
So not the one you handed as the draft at the beginning.
I'm trying to keep, I've noticed that now there is two different versions that have a very similar language, but yes, I think it's better to try and keep this consistent by adding the inclusion of.
Okay.
So disregard the,
Yes.
So we'll have it the same as resolution 24-131.
Right.
The same wording.
Yes, and we will make a point of making sure that the language is consistent moving forward. I didn't realize there was some variation there.
Okay. Okay, that sounds good. If there are no other questions or comments?
I have one.
Oh, okay.
Because I was reading this and one thing came up, and I don't know if it needs to be in here or not, but in one case, we had a large amount of cash. That cash, however, was turned over to the Federal Reserve because it was the individual died from a fentanyl overdose,
Hmm.
and there was a lot of fentanyl. And the cash was covered in fentanyl, as the sheriff can attest to that happens. In that case, the cash was not deposited because it was considered hazardous.
So
And the
do you-
Federal Reserve takes that.
So do you want a line, item added onto this.
Well, I didn't know how,
amended on-
I didn't think about that until I was dealing with, after we had done this, because I went through all the scenarios we'd done. So I don't know how you add that or whatever, but I think there are times when we encounter cash, especially drug related, that the cash may not be safe in its present. I mean, you could swap cash in your pocket right now. It'll test positive for a lot of things. But when there's a frank amount of contaminant around,
Do you want to add that to section 3.4 as 3.4.3 or as another?
I think we could. I don't know what the attorney thinks. I mean, that's just the one time when I wouldn't risk the treasurer's office or anyone else having to deal with that cash.
Sounds
I would
like
think
there's a
everyone-
law though associated with it
Huh?
that, sounds like there's a law associated with it to protect staff and everyone involved. If it's associated with a crime or drugs, that it would not be held
Well,
by.
yeah, it's not necessarily crime. It's just the money's contaminated. And maybe we should just put a clause in there that contaminated will not be, because I don't want to put them in that position, right?
So,
Contaminated this day and age is because of drug related.
so I think under 3.4, we could add 3.4.3. That just what you stated, that contaminated money would not be followed this
And
procedure
handled appropriately.
would be handled.
I don't want to get this someone.
Well, that could come up if someone say, where's my money? And you say, I had to handle this way. And we have the policy to prove it. Okay.
That was probably the only caveat I missed in this whole thing.
So you contaminated cash, is that terminology we're using?
This, because this deals with cash.
Should it be up far higher though? Because I was looking at the steps. So 3.0, you take possession. And then you inventory. So between there would make more sense.
Yeah.
Like if you,
So where are you suggesting putting it, Commissioner?
either 3.1, just adding it on, you know, if it's found to be contaminated, or you could put a different one and renumber them. I was just looking at the flow of the process. 3.1, he takes possession. 3.2 is inventory. So you wouldn't inventory if it was contaminated,
I can inventory because I have the protective gear.
right?
But the reason I use the word contaminated, the two big things that do contaminate are drugs, especially fentanyl. And unfortunately, the other one that you end up with is blood.
Mhm.
So do we want it as its own line item as 3.4 instead of 3.5 and then have 3.5 be 3.6?
Okay.
Okay, so we would, I just want to get the line, contaminated cash will, what did you say? Will be handled,
Usually when you have contaminated cash, there's a process through the Federal Reserve. That doesn't need to be specified in here, but it'll be appropriately handled.
will be appropriately handled, okay?
So are we gonna put it so it flows with the process instead of at the end?
I don't,
Do you have this? 3.1 is that you take possession.
We're suggesting having it as 3.5 and making 3.5, 3.6.
3.6, just a separate, it's just a procedural issue that specifies occasionally that may happen.
We could just have the motion that with the amended policy, and then the exact wordsmithing, we'll go ahead and
And what
you can work
place-
with Jack to go ahead and get that
Maybe you
done.
can decide which place to put it, yeah.
Yeah, as amended.
Sorry, that wasn't in there before, but so much of this is.
It's fine.
Right.
Okay, so. whose
So is
turn
it my turn? Yeah. Are you ready for a motion?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I move to adopt Resolution 24-122. This is amending the Master Policy and Procedure Manual to include Policy 22, Coroner's Cash Disposition Policy, with the amendment to add in reference to contaminated cash.
Okay.
And the amendment for the language on the resolution.
I just said it. Yeah.
She included that.
She did, yes,
In her language, she included.
I second.
Okay, having a motion second, all in favor? Aye. And resolution 24-122 is amended, is adopted. Great, thank
you very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
See, and I think now we're ready. We can go ahead and go to the CEBT insurance rate renewal.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Today, Terry Rook and I are here to present the proposal for the renewal of our employee benefits package for the upcoming plan year 2025. After a thorough comparison of our benefits, we found that the new rates remain competitive, and we believe that the proposed benefits renewal is fair based off our current utilization rates. So if it's okay with you, I'm going to pass it over to Terry so he can explain the numbers provided.
How are you?
I'm doing good.
Good.
I was telling Shanda, she called me, she's like, where are you? I'm like, I've dodged like every bullet possible this morning, so traffic. I left it here.
No.
Anyway, I'm glad to be here.
Ter-
So,
You made it. Huh?
Perfect. Thank you.
Can everybody hear me okay?
That's
Okay.
good. Thank you.
Board, I have, I thought I would start on page 13 of your board packet. I think this will give, kind of what I thought I'd do today is give you a little overview of where the county was at with their benefit annual spend prior to joining CEBT and just take you over the last couple of years.
I don't see any page numbers.
Yeah, we don't have page
Should
numbers,
be
It's the chart.
The chart
the long chart,
should be the first one after the agenda item.
the long chart.
And then I was going to go over to the renewal and then just ask any questions. Is that okay with everybody here?
That
Okay.
sounds good. Thank you.
All right. On the first page here, if you look, we have shown when you joined CBT, you were with Cigna for 2022. And if you look at the annualized cost, that's that the 2.186 million and the 533 that was on the other Cigna plan. So a combined annual spend of 2.7 million. At the time, Cigna had proposed an 11% rate increase. And so what I showed is when you join CBT for 2023 for the first year, you can see that annual spend highlighted in the blue, that 2.35 million or a 13.5% savings on your annual cost. Now, part of that is because the plan design changes. But if you remember, we incorporated an HRA to provide employees with first dollar coverage up to $3,000. And so that's included in there. That was the cost for 2023 was roughly 228,000. And if you look at the bottom, when you incorporate the medical spend plus the HRA spend, it was a 5% savings from what you were at prior to. If we go to 2024, again, the medical is still almost 8% less than it would have been in 2022. Add in the HRA spend, and it was about a 1% savings over 2022. And then if we look at 2025 with the 8.5% increase, it's still almost flat to where you were at in 2022. Add in the HRA and it's going to be roughly between 9 and 9.8% increase overall over those 3 years. And I thought I'd pause there to see if you have any questions on that chart, how it was done, or any of the explanation that I provided.
So the percentages you're showing are as they go from year to year. You showed the 11%, the 1.22% and the 9.82% are progressive.
Yeah, they're all comparative to the 2022 rates.
Yeah.
And one of the things, and I know I've talked about this before, particularly with Shanda and Ray, but also I believe the board before you made your final decision. When we talk to employer groups about how to get employee benefits or the different ways that you can do it, you really have 3 different options. One is you can become self-funded or self-insured. The other option is fully insured. The third option is joining a purchasing cooperative like CEBT. The big advantage of CEBT, unlike the others, is fixed expenses. So if you look at a fully insured contract, if the county ever wanted to look at that option, because of your size, you would have to have such a low stop loss. That's a form of reinsurance, that your fixed expenses would most likely be in the 20 to 30% range. Fully insured contracts, because they always have to plug in profit, bonuses and things like that. Same thing, 30% fixed expenses. But with CEBT, our fixed expenses are 8.5%. It is a not-for-profit trust. There's 40,000 total participating insured in the trust, roughly 460 groups, and claims are spread across a large group, and we'll talk about that later. But that's why CEBT generally is the best funding mechanism or option for employer groups in the public sector.
And I remember in 22, I was on that iteration of board. There were kind of three main reasons. One, it saves the county money. Two, we were moving out of the partially self-insured. And three, there were better benefits for the employees. They got two choices of insurance, the Cigna and the Kaiser, because some wanted Kaiser, plus they got the cash card for their copay. So, or a lot of win-win.
Yeah, exactly. And then the last, pardon me, I hope I didn't interrupt you. And then the one last thing also is that if you look at the cost sharing, particularly with employees that had dependents, because of the savings, the county was able to provide additional premium dollars towards their monthly contributions to save the money on that as well.
Mhm.
So it's really, obviously this is coming from me, but if you look at it in any other way, it's been an incredible, with over 3 years only increasing from where you were to where you're at by 9.5%. That's pretty incredible. Plus all the other things that you said.
Mhm.
Let's see if you want to go ahead and go on to the next.
Okay.
Mhm.
The next page, everybody should have it's titled the January 2025 rate renewal. It looks just like this here. And the reason I'm starting there is when we talk to our board of trustees at CEBT, there's two parts to the renewal process. The first part is the overall trust overall. So what I'll go through first is what the overall renewal was. That ended up being 11.2%. Once we have the overall renewal established, in other words, how much does the pool need to increase in order to with inflation and everything moving forward? Then we establish 7 different renewal categories. But first, let's talk about this overall renewal. We presented this to the board. We're projecting what claims loss ratios are going to be for the end of December in 2024. And we use data through May 31st. And then when I show you your individual data for the county, we also loaded in June utilization as well. But we take claims, take out a couple of different adjustments, one for self-funded claims. So if the trust has any claim that comes in over 750,000, there's a reimbursement that's provided via the stop loss coverage. So that comes back to the trust. Prescription rebates continue to escalate or to move up. That's $20 million. And we get down to the subtotal, which is claims divided by contributions, which is a 93.5 loss ratio to start out with. Remember, I talk about those fixed expenses of 8.5%. That means that CEBT's break-even loss ratio, because those low fixed expenses, is at 91.5%. So if we had a crystal ball, we'd want every group to be at a 91.5% loss ratio, and then groups would renew at trend. We add in Kaiser plans that continue to perform well within the trust, take out term groups, add back in IBNR, it's a former reserve for new groups that join the trust, and the cost to the health centers, and then those are allocated out.
I can't set it by IBNR. What is that?
It's incurred but not reported. So when a new group joins CEBT, members are incurring claims, but nothing shows up because of the claims lag. And so we reserve that because at some point those claims will have to be paid out.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I know I try not to do the acronyms because they get really annoying because we make sure people have a lot of them. But we have the adjusted loss ratio of 94.2%, and we continue to see claims escalation. So there's about a 0.5 point adjustment there. And so our actuaries are projecting at the end of the year, we're going to be at a 94.7% loss ratio. And the last part is we have to inflate those claims out, as I mentioned earlier, for 2025. That's done by taking the loss ratio multiplied by trend, which is 8.5%. And then dividing through by the break-even loss ratio, which is 1 minus fixed expenses of 8.05, or that 0.9195 number. And that gets us to the overall rate increase of 11.78. And then once we make that adjustment for the investment income that the trust received, it lowered it to 11.2%. That's overall. So all the groups. If you flip to the next page, you should see the 7 different renewal categories. The lowest is at 5.5. The highest is at 23.5%.
And your groups are within Colorado and outside of Colorado?
The members of CBT are only in
Only
Colorado.
in Colorado.
Yes, yep.
So where does Gilpin County fall in this table?
I'm sorry.
Where does Gilpin County fall in this table?
Let's move forward to the next page
Mhm.
and I'll show you where Gilpin County ended up. Because remember, I always talk about the 3 levels of protection. 1 is the trust overall. 2 is a stop loss. Then we'll talk about the 3rd as we go through this. But if you look at this, this is a summary sheet. That way we can combine both of your plans into this. And you can see the initial loss ratio for the United plans was 92.9, 101.3 for the Kaiser plans, or a cumulative or adjusted loss ratio of 93.7%. No claims over 750,000 this year. So the initial loss ratio for renewal is at 93.7%. And so to answer your question, Commissioner, if you look at 93.7% on that chart down below with the different renewal categories, you're just into category 5 or 13.5% renewal. And then the 3rd level of protection that I aforementioned is any claim over $100,000 is then taken out for renewal purposes, and that's spread across the entire trust. So that's another great thing about CEBT. And that amounted to 343,000 of large claim credit. And so we took that out and the loss ratio dropped to 79% or allowed the county to drop two renewal categories, and the final renewal or renewal increase is 8.5%. And before you ask, you may be asking, well, Terry, I look on your little chart and 79% says 7.5%.
Right, I just looked at.
I almost read your mind. And that is true, but we do not allow groups to drop more than 2 categories. Otherwise, what could happen is you could have a lower than really what your renewal should be, a lower increase. And then you have more problems going forward where next year you might be in a really high renewal category.
So you might lower it to levels
ca-
here, so
yeah,
that's
correct.
8.5.
Yep, 2 is the maximum drop that you can do on the renewal categories.
So you have a long-term strategy in looking, you think long-term.
Absolutely, yes, yep. Any questions on any of that?
No.
On the next pages, I didn't want to spend a lot of time on this unless you would like me to dig down a little bit deeper, but what you'll have is the medical loss ratio by month on that next page.
Is
And
that
it
it? Next page. See,
And this is specific to the United Healthcare plans. As we go through, you'll see the Kaiser plans. It looks like this one right here.
Yeah, I'm digging.
Okay.
I'll find it.
But I always joke around with our clients that if you having trouble falling asleep at night, this is some really good material. But I will point out just a couple of things. The medical enrollments on that second column, and then the second to last column is a loss ratio by month, and then the last column is a 12-month rolling loss ratio.
looks like November and April are high. Is that just some claims that were made those months in November and April?
Say it one more time.
On July 2023, June 2024 sheet. The loss ratio in November of 2023 and April 2024 much higher than the other months.
Yeah, and it's typical. It's hard to say when people are going to be going in for different services.
Okay.
And you have to, also one thing to keep in mind too, is if you see for a specific month, like for example, in October 2023, the loss ratio is 139%. Those are not claims that incurred in October, most likely because of that claims lag I spoke about. It's generally about 3 months before that employees are getting services. So it could have been July-ish. So maybe somebody got a hip surgery in the summer, or had an accident or something like that.
Thank you.
So it's really just by the time all the paperwork's processed that it comes through.
Yeah, and every
Which makes
provider's a little bit
a while.
different, or facility on how quick they turn around claims processing.
That might help explain the April, because maybe they got things done at year end, but then it takes that long to come through.
Yeah,
A
that,
lot of people wait till the end of the year, right?
it's hard to say. Yeah, that could, yeah, you know, you get to year end and if you've already met your deductible and your maximum out of pocket and you have a couple things you need to get checked out, yeah, absolutely. Get in there and get it done before the next year rolls in. I tried to do that last year with my dentist and if you, I don't know if any of you have ever tried to make a dentist appointment for December, but it's nearly impossible to get in for that very reason. Everybody wants to utilize their benefits from the current year. And then if they have any additional work, they can do it in the following year and kind of piggyback on that. Uh, I am going to move to the dental summary. That's on the next page. Not a lot to talk about here. I just, it's good news. You have, your employees are using the dental insurance, which is good for a lot of reasons. Oral health is a really key component to your overall health. So that's good to see. There is going to be an increase in the dental coverage. And I'll get to that in a minute. And then vision coverage. CBT's board has a board policy. Is everybody on the vision page?
Mhm.
It shows a loss ratio of 58.7%. We'll continue to monitor that. If you have 3 consecutive years that are under 70%, again, we are a not-for-profit trust. We will automatically provide you with a 10% rate reduction. So we'll continue to monitor that. And then
Is that at 58%, is that typical or are we just exceptional or?
it's too low. Yeah, it means that for what you're spending, you're spending 60% of what you're paying in premiums. So again, if we had a crystal ball, we'd want everybody at 91.5%. But it's, you know, sometimes you'll have a run on where everybody gets glasses. Sometimes you don't. I didn't get glasses last year or get an eye appointment. This year I did. I got my new fancy readers and new reading glasses. So just depending on where your people are going.
Is that something that the county should promote is people, the employees to consider their eye, you know, the eye health and.
I mean, it's always important because again, I don't know a lot of people understand, but from having your eye exam done every year, a physician can see a lot inside of your retina and they can determine a lot of your overall health from that, like diabetes and things like that. So it is a key. It is very important to get an eye exam, even if you don't have the need to wear glasses.
Mhm. Well, in that way too, just we want to make sure everyone's utilizing full benefits that that are available to them.
Yeah. One of the strategies that we've used in other groups is one, if you are looking for additional ways to save money on your premium or your spend overall, would be to take away the employer paid vision coverage and allocate that towards medical. If we continue to see these low loss ratios, or if we can't drive down or raise that loss ratio up, if people aren't using it, that means, you know, maybe have it as a voluntary option, but I wouldn't make that recommendation today.
Would someone's safety glasses, if they need to be prescription, would that be covered under this?
Generally. Yeah, depending on, you know, like you can get prescription sunglasses that are covered too. When we did a lot of the educational meetings, we also talk about, you know, making sure that people go in and use the dollars, and you can use it in a variety of different ways. You guys have really nice vision benefits.
Well, I was looking, more people are enrolled in vision and dental than in the healthcare, the medical. So people must be on other plans on the medical.
We do have some individuals who are on their spouse's plan, but we do have a very high utilization rate that we
Mhm.
discussed previously as a population, which is good.
Mhm.
Okay, so you're not recommending any changes right now to the vision plan based on the usage?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Well, and I'm sorry, I misspoke there. We have a high enrollment rate.
But it looks like some people are only enrolled for vision dental, so, and not on medical, if you just look at the numbers. If I'm reading that right.
One thing to keep in mind as well with the numbers that were provided on the first sheet is if you look at the total employee count we had at that time versus now, that has also grown pretty significantly.
I almost forgot to mention that total spend that we looked at in the very first chart, as to Shanda's point, is that you have 20 additional employees on your medical coverage, which would be, which is 10% of your annual spend if you do the math. So it's really, the savings has been a lot greater than that. The other thing too, I'd look at, if you're looking at the numbers of people that are on medical and dental and that first page under United Healthcare, keep in mind that there are another 20 employees that are on the Kaiser plan that are not included on that first United. So it probably kind of trues up if you get down to that.
So it's not like we had this massive increase in staff. It's that more staff are using the county program.
That I don't know.
Yeah.
From when, because there was about 100 enrollees when you moved to CEBT and about 120 today.
Yeah, there is just more staff overall because we filled more vacancies. So those were budgeted positions. It's not like we're adding a lot of positions to staff, but we are filling more of those positions, like in the sheriff's office, with our detentions officers and our deputies. We filled more of those positions now. So that's why it's reflective in the count of employees.
Yeah. We don't really know how many are insured under other insurers then.
I did
The bulk
not,
balance.
yeah, I did not prepare that today,
Yeah.
but the vast majority of our employees are electing our benefits.
Yeah, great. Want everyone to stay healthy.
All right. If you want to look, the renewal rate sheet, this is just what lists all your current plans on the top little blue ribbon there. And then it also provides what the premium was and what it would go to under your current plans.
At this one.
Correct. Yep. And then below that is just just some, do you have an interest in me going over the metrics of the value-added benefits that CBT provides, the Healthcare Blue Book, Surgery Plus, Omada? I've reviewed that with Shanda during our renewal meeting, but please let me know if you'd like that. Otherwise, we can move on.
I don't need it myself.
Yeah, no, I think we're fine. If you want to go ahead and go on.
Just have a question on the sheet. I'm just going to speak about the sheet you just brought up with the blue top on. Blue. Are we on this sheet here? And that's one you want to talk about or not?
No.
Or suggesting we don't cover?
Oh, I was talking after that. It would be. It looks like this. These are the, we call them value-added benefits. So it's Teladoc, which is a telemedicine benefit, Surgery Plus, Healthcare Blue Book, Omada. All these are designed to help your employees find better care, save money on care, and get the best possible care they can. This is something that I work with Shanda on our communication strategy for open enrollment. If there's low utilization in any of these programs, then that's one of the benefits that we'll focus on during open enrollment to make sure employees, A, know about it, and two, are using it.
Then all employees will have the options for all these programs that are listed on here.
The individuals who are enrolled in the UMR product.
But not Kaiser.
No, and Kaiser has a lot of their own programs that are very similar or supplemental to these.
Okay, that's fine. You don't need to go through that if you don't want to. I don't know about the other commissioners.
No, we're fine. Go ahead and go through.
And then we also included, if you scroll down past all of the legal mumbo jumbo from Willis Towers Watson, there is the plan comparisons. The county had asked us to take you out to market.
I'm just looking at the attorney.
Oh. You call it mumbo jumbo?
Third year law school.
Yeah.
But the county had requested that Willis Towers Watson take you out to open market to find out what the other options are. Would you like me to review what their findings were there? It was, the United Healthcare plan was about 30% higher, and the Cigna plan was additional 5% over and above the 8.5% that you received from CEBT.
So closer to 13.
It-
13%
Yeah,
versus current.
yes.
Okay.
We thought it was important for the board to see options and not just to see what their numbers were. So we asked that they went out to the market so that you had some fair comparison for this cost, because obviously it's a high cost to the county.
That's how we ended up with CEBT. That, Shanda HR did comparison with other potential plans out there. Yeah.
Yeah. One of the questions I always get, and I thought as I talked about the three different funding options, and really, the best option was CEBT. I'd also tell you too, that if for a long-term solution, CEBT is always going to be the best option because of those low fixed expenses. Now, then some employer groups will say, well, does that mean that you guys are always the least expensive option? No, of course not, because there's always going to be a new executive at some insurance company that says, we're going to go out and buy business. And it's great for the first couple of years, you have immediate savings. But once those claims start coming in and you start getting these massive renewals, then it's part of strategy one. You get the lowball quote, and then as you get those giant renewals, you just keep moving from plan to plan. But the drawback to that is it provides a lot of disruption for your employees, finding doctors, getting the pre-authorizations and so on and so forth.
People were nervous when we did this because some had to change their providers.
It was pretty minimal though, because they had a larger network with UMR, so that was good.
Yeah, the big thing that we see in the transition is people that have scheduled surgeries or if somebody takes a more expensive medication that requires stepped up therapy. In other words, they have to try a couple different drugs before they're allowed to take the more expensive one. But we've done a lot to change that. I don't know if any of you had the opportunity to talk with Amy Doyle, who's our customer service advocate. She works directly with individual employees if they have any kind of problems, questions. So if you have a new employee that joins your county as an employee, she can help them navigate the system, make sure that they're approved for their medication that they need, that there's no waiting period, and that they're not missing out on their medications. So we are completely focused on making sure the whole well-being of your employees.
What was her name again?
Amy Doyle.
Shanda, do you have any comments from the employees about program so far, the coverage so far?
I've received a lot of feedback. I think the HRA at first, it was a little bit of a learning curve and there's still some issues we're working out. But the vast majority of employees, it works well. And I've had employees say that they like the HRA program with these benefits because they've gone to the doctor, they've picked up prescriptions, and they've had zero out-of-pocket expenses for the year. So I think the vast majority of employees are very happy. I did have one exit interview recently, which they were not happy with the benefits. But I think that's really rare. And if employees come and talk to us, we get them in contact with Amy. I know that there was an issue with one employee. Amy was able to help the employee out right away and was able to resolve any concerns they had. So they were quite happy in the end. One thing I really do like about CBT is the whole renewal process is very transparent. When we were with the former provider, we received several different quotes on our renewal rates, and it started dropping lower and lower when they knew we were in talks with other companies. With CBT, it's transparent, it's voted on by the board, it's a nonprofit. All this information they'll go over with you and how they got to those numbers, and so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Oh, and the nice thing too is the renewal process. I think you probably are all familiar with this, but Shanda and I talked and July 17th, I believe, was our CEBT board meeting this year to approve the renewal for January 1. And so I'm in talks with Shanda as early as, well, prior to that, to give her kind of a range where we think the renewal is going to be. But if she called me on July 18th and said, hey, for budgeting purposes, we need to know what our renewal is, I'll be able to provide that to the county so you guys have that. So if we ever do need to meet and look at plan design changes, we can. The last thing I wanted to add, unless you have other questions, is we still are seeing a hardening of the market. And what I mean by that is the inflationary pressures that have really affected pretty much every part of our economy were not really affecting the utilization or the renewals within CEBT. We've had a little bit higher renewal this year than we have in the past. But we also see that as United is going out renewing these contracts, some of the hospital systems and providers are asking for larger than normal increases in what the arrangement is between United Healthcare and the providers. So I guess what I'm trying to say is we expect the renewal categories that you saw, those 7 different categories, we expect those not to change much, if not maybe tick up a little bit for next year. And that is, as I mentioned, just a factor of the overall economy and the inflation that's starting to hit medical.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments? No. Thank you so much, because this, yeah, letting us know everything.
So typically, we would have a resolution here authorizing moving forward at the rate of 8.5, but there's one in the pocket. So we'd ask for a verbal motion to move forward, but these costs would be reflected in the draft budget for 25.
Will you come back with a resolution number later? Or how-
If you'd like to give us direction to prepare a resolution, and then we will prepare a resolution based on the discussion and the understanding of the rates, accepting the rates at 8.5%. We're happy to do that as well. So it's, my preference is to have a resolution so we can look back and confirm that the board action was clearly documented in this case.
So we
I
can go,
agree, Nikki. I really appreciate the resolution numbers that we've been adopting. It's much easier to find information.
I'm not sure how this one slipped through, so apologize for that.
okay. So then you'll just ask him for direction from us. So it seems like to go ahead and go forward with the renewals.
With the
with CBT.
resolution number 5.
Right, to give us a resolution for them. Okay, great. Great, well, thank you so much.
It did say resolution on our agenda packet, but I did have a question, so.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll prepare one and bring it forward for.
Okay, okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see all of you again. Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Safe travel home.
Okay, and now we'll go back to ordinance 24-01 regarding county noxious weed plan and the ordinances. Hi. Hello, morning. Morning.
All right, good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
I am introducing ordinance 2401, the county noxious weed
Want to say who
plan.
you are?
Oh, sure. Sorry. Jennifer Cook with the CSU Extension. And I'm here on behalf of the Gilpin County Noxious Weed Advisory Board. So we're introducing ordinance 2401, which includes an update to the county noxious weed plan and the ordinance. So I'm introducing this for the first reading today and just looking for guidance on any amendments to what I've offered you. And I guess after our discussion, we can move forward for publication of the ordinance.
And
if
as a,
you approve.
and as a reminder for the board, this was discussed in the previous work session. This would be the first reading, and the action, the requested action is to set a date certain for the public hearing for the second reading.
I'm going through and reading the different consequences of non-compliance. It seems, I know we've talked about it before, it seems rather onerous. And, the consequence of having a lien put on somebody's property. That would only occur if the county actually had work done on the property and the owners expected to repay it in some way. Or does that include all the late fines as well? I'm looking at page 4 of 6.
Sure. Well, I just want to mention the current ordinance includes this lien also. So this is how it is currently. So this is just offering like all the options that the county has to enforce the noxious weeds. And
The way I read it, it sounds like, liens would include any past fines that were not paid, and they could be up to $100 per day for any violation, and there's possibility of that $100 fine being applied on any of the first, second, or third offense.
Yes,
So the
that's how I
amount of money that could accrue without, elimination of the noxious weed. I mean, actually having a contractor go in there and remove it. It seems like that would be it could be very high to an individual. I haven't sat here and asked, right, how long a time is there between the first offense and second offense?
It just all depends. I mean, this is such a seasonal issue that, often. Sorry, I'm coming
Okay.
from moral support.
Uh,
So yeah, noxious weed enforcement is such a seasonal issue. And usually this is based on complaints. Like we're not really out looking for people that have noxious weeds. It's usually based on complaints. And I've been working with the county code enforcer. And so it depends on the time of year. Like if we got a complaint today, it might be hard for us to, inspect the property and then react with, we usually offer courtesy letters first. And so by the time all that would happen, the growing season would be over. So we might have to pick it up again with the resident the following year. So the time frame is hard to estimate. But I will say with the current code enforcer, he's of the opinion of, we want to try and work things out with the landowner versus like enforce them and charge them fines.
And I think you stated that during the work session, that really the fines only start coming in when you get absolutely no response from the landowners. That usually once you send out a letter and they contact you, and then the process to work with them is what takes precedence. It's only when you just hear crickets and there's not any kind of communication that you even start the process in terms of fines and all.
So give me an example of what could occur between the first offense and the second offense. You're saying it's seasonal, so they could get offense, on the first offense in fall of this year, but there's nothing you can do about it because of the, it's a seasonal thing. So do they get a second offense? Because it's fallow. I mean,
I think that would be up to the code enforcer. I'm not really enforcement. I'm just information.
So I would think if the issue has not been remedied initially, it's still under that first violation. I think the idea is it's for repeat offenders that, whether that's the route where we have to file, a notice of violation and record it against the property. And they come into compliance after that, whether that's before we have to go to court to get the $100 per day per diem fees, or, before or after that fact, if it comes into compliance and that issue has been resolved, if they were to violate like a year down the line or, a couple of years, then that would be like a second violation at that point.
also could be totally unaffiliated with the first violation.
Correct. Yeah,
It's
like it
not-
could be a different weed, or maybe it's the same weed that comes
So
back
you-
in a couple
so
of
you
years.
Wouldn't have the second offense for the first violation.
No,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
I thought it was cumulative,
no, yeah, I
For the
would
same
say,
violation, you would have these increases in fines. But
yeah. So that's like just for somebody that's, like I said, a repeat offender that we have, it's supposed to be used as a deterrent. Because again, we want to try and work with them, and we would still go through the same process. If they had a first violation, I feel like we'd still start with the warning letter and try and bring them into compliance before it escalates. And I would think with them having experience with the first violation, they would want to work with us in the beginning versus as it progresses, if that makes sense.
Okay, and then my initial question was, if there is a lien placed on the property, it could be because we had to hire a contractor to eliminate the weed, does it include any past fines that were not paid?
Yes. So let me break that down, that answer down a little bit. So the the fines that would be recorded against the property. So the initial, because I can't remember what the amount is for the notice of violations when we record it to the property. That doesn't actually generate a fine, but they have to pay to have that removed. And that itself is not recorded as a fine against the property. The only thing that would be recorded would be the actual violation fine and the per diem fees, which we can only get at that point if we were to pursue it through the courts. And it's very similar to like how we would handle a code enforcement violation. So after we send the warning letter and the initial NOV, there's a time period in which they have to come into compliance. If they fail to do so, then we would file a complaint with the courts. It's a civil complaint. And then once we prove our burden that they are in violation of our ordinance, the court would award us the violation fee. And then that's when the fee gets recorded against the property. So in order for them to have the violation removed, they need to pay the fee and the removal fee. Now, if they fail to do so, what we can do is, after so much time, what we have to do is follow up with the courts to certify the amount of those per diem fees. It's a court order. And then you can add those additional fees onto the violation. They don't just magically add on by themselves. We have to have it confirmed by the court. Yeah, so it's not quite just as quick as it makes it sound in the ordinance, but that's kind of how it would happen. And so they would have plenty of time, essentially, at least in my experience and what we've done in the past, is we allow them to pay that initial violation fee. We really don't go after the per diem fees until it's been like, we would do it like quarterly. So like every, what is that, 3 months? I'm good at math. Every 3 months, we would maybe follow up with the courts to get those additional per diems. But so, we give them a little bit of leniency before we really start stacking those fines on.
So the fine is $100 a day. So you were saying every quarter you would go and collect those $100 a day fines.
Yeah, the per diem fees, because there's the fine and then the per diem fees that we're both entitled to. So sorry if I use that term interchangeably. So the $100 violation fee would be recorded on the property as soon as we get the judgment. The per diems would happen after the fact if we go back to the court to follow up to get those certified.
Thank
But
you.
I was I'd like to, when things flow, so, this says that first, there would be the notification either by their own request, the neighbor, or it could be a staff person. Then, you give them the letter to let them know that you would like to come, and then you try to do it with the landowner as much as possible. And then you give them education about, the best control methods. And then they can either comply, submit a plan, or request an arbitration. And then later down the way would be the fines. So it seemed like a good flow to first give the landowners a chance to remedy it. Do you find that most do remedy it when you give them education?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, that's good. Because when I first was reading this, I know we had a long work session. I was like, where's the education? But then I found it, that you have it in 5.2 about educating.
Yeah, and in the work session, I think it was clarified that it's rare that we have to go to that extent. But for the most part, it's the education and working with the landowners and going from there.
Because I know I still get people that will call and say, my neighbor has weeds, what can I do? I always tell them to call you. So you can do that education if they're open to it.
I was going to mention this at the end of the meeting, but we have a new employee, second day paralegal Sarah Bajak. Welcome back. So just for context, that's who came to the table.
She fit right in.
A second day, it's like she knew what she was doing, right?
Like she's been there for a while.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad to be back. Just wanted to put that out there. It's not applicable to this subject, but I'm very happy to be back with Gilpin. So,
We're happy to have you.
Welcome.
Okay. And so any other questions or comments? So I don't think there's a need for any amendments.
I didn't have any
To the-
suggested.
Okay.
I do have one question now that you asked, I forgot. On page 3, 8.1, it says, and it might be semantics, so in the first sentence, it says that the county forces or contracts employed by the county. So is employed, 'cause they're not really an employee of the county, they're more a contractor for the county.
Yes, I agree with you. We could probably word that better.
What item is that?
8.1, so by use of county forces or third-party contractors, we might be able to do that. Hired by the county. We could word it that way, so it's not
There's no
there's no confusion.
implication that they're an
Yeah.
employee.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, that would be great.
I just had a comment on, I don't know if it's throughout the document or not, but on page 4 of 6, 8.2, it identifies the fines as the following graduated fee schedule. It's not a fee. They're not fees, they're fines. So I don't know if that word is used through. The very last
8.2
sen-
you said,
Very
yeah.
last sentence of
Oh, yeah.
8.2.
We could change that to fine. if
I
that's-
don't know if that's anywhere else in the document, but I just noticed it there.
Yeah, we could change that to fine, so we have the delineation between the fines and the fees for the per diem. That's easy. And I'll double check, I'll cross reference and make sure we don't use it interchangeably when referring to that initial fine.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anything else?
No, I think
No?
that's a good suggestion.
Okay. And then, so as far as just go ahead and recommend those 2 wording changes, and then we'll be open for the next reading. Set the next reading.
So I'm not sure the noticing, would it be 30 days? Is that correct?
So I don't have it pulled off the top of my head. I have my notes on it. Pretty sure it's 20 days from the date of, oh, look at Jennifer. She's so on top of it. So the second reading can occur no less than 10 days after publication. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to post the first reading. I'm going to send it to Barbara today. We could possibly get it in this week's paper if I can get it off to her soon enough. If not, then it would be the 22nd is the next meeting. If we can get it published this week, I think just to be safe. If not, it would bump to, wait, I'm way ahead of myself. Yeah. Oh, you were just going to do it on the 22nd. That's fine. So probably we'll see the second reading in the public hearing on the 22nd,
Oh,
just to
okay.
be safe so that we're well within that 10 days, just in case there's any publication errors or we don't get it to her soon enough.
Okay, and so that'll be October 22nd?
At 9:30 or later in these chambers is the recommendation for the action.
Okay.
And that's an actual hearing.
That will be a public hearing in the formal second reading. So I'm going to incorporate the changes that we made at the table today in the initial publication. So any changes made at second reading we will have to publish those as well. If it gets adopted just as we've talked about it today with those amendments, then in theory, we won't have changes to publish. We'll just be publishing, notifying that we adopted it formally.
Yeah.
Okay. So do we need any motions or approval, or just that we'll go ahead and publish the first reading and then have the second reading on the October 22nd with public hearing at 9:30?
Yeah, I would do a motion for that.
Okay. So be open to a
Um,
motion?
I think it's my turn. Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt the first reading for the Gilpin County Noxious Weed Advisory Board Rules and Bylaws with second reading October 22nd, with the public hearing here in this chambers 9:30 a.m.
Commissioner, it's not the bylaws, it's the ordinance and the noxious weed plan.
So item 10 on the agenda.
Item 10.
I think you're on 11.
The next is what we're talking about is the bylaws.
Oh, the
It's
bylaws.
just the noxious weed plan and
Okay, so do I want to repeat that or just say it was with bylaws?
If you
To
could just
adopt.
repeat it as a motion. That'd be great.
I thought that's what I read. Adopting and amending Gilpin County Streets Advisory Board rules and bylaws.
No, we're doing
The ordinance and weed
noxious
management.
weed plan and ordinance, the
Okay,
first
I
reading.
will resend that motion. Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt the County Noxious Weed Plan and Ordinance on first reading and with second reading October 22nd, public hearing at 9:30 a.m. in these chambers.
I second.
Having the motion and second, all in favor? Aye.
Thing in directions.
And so that's been adopted.
I,
Yeah.
I,
Fix this.
all opposed?
Any opposed?
Aye.
Oh, okay. So we have it 2-1. It's been adopted. And so we'll have the second reading or the first reading with the small amendments. And then second reading October 22nd with the public hearing at 9:30 a.m. or later.
I'm sorry, are you opposed to the date and time or the ordinance?
The
What-
ordinance. Right, what we just adopted, or you just adopted.
Do you have something to make it better?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Is there something you propose to make it better? So that
I think the fines are rather severe, and I would like to consider them having less severe as far as the amounts. Not necessarily the process or the procedure or the timing or first offense and second offense, but I think they're somewhat high.
Is it better to discuss that now than to move it
And we
forward?
just passed it. I'm fine with second reading. It's fine. We can deal with it in second reading.
If we do it on the second reading, then we have to republish it and everything.
We would only have to publish the changes. So if it's just a change to the fee schedule, it's minimal. It's, the first time we do this, when the publication, it'll be the whole ordinance. And then the second time, we just publish the changes.
Oh, okay.
Like this ordinance was adopted as a read the first time with the exception of the following changes. So if we make changes, it's not a big deal. I just want to let everybody know what the process is.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's good to know. And then it would be helpful also that that you come with, as your suggested,
Unless you have
since you
them now.
didn't, yeah.
Do you have
If those
suggested
are-
changes now to the
No.
fines?
Not at this time.
Okay. These were
Okay.
proposed through the attorney. Is that how we came? They're kind of follow in line with other ordinances?
Yes. So the graduated fee schedule is based on the maximum amount sent by the Senate bill that allowed us to apply the same fees. Or
Is it-
no, the fees, because we didn't have the ability to do that. That's what the Senate Bill 24-031 allowed us to do. But they allowed us to set a graduated fee schedule, so we can pick what those fees are. There's just a maximum.
I do believe there was quite a bit of conversation during the work session about the different tiers and the ratcheting up process.
Mhm.
And ultimately, when you get to court, a lot of times the judges don't want, the court, they don't want to impose the full fines. They end up doing a reduction on top of that was part of that discussion. But we can definitely bring something back and see what other jurisdictions charge and for similar offenses for the board at the public hearing on the 22nd of October, if you'd like.
I can bring something.
I
forward.
would.
What you're
prefer to-
indicating, this was, the fees that were indicated were the maximum that were allowed by this new legislation.
No, not like we have a maximum fee of,
It's 1,000.
yeah, 1,000 is the maximum that we could set and we can create the graduated fee schedule. So we pick those numbers, we're for the tiers. So we can adjust those. The statute just provides what the maximum is.
Okay,
So it could be
I would like to
100,
do that.
500, then 1,000. But I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to double check the statute, but it typically doesn't provide the graduated fee schedule. It's for our selection.
I would have preferred we just talk about it today. So that you know.
So Commissioner, just a point of order. We didn't have a motion, a second, and the action was adopted. So I would defer to the attorney as to should we continue the conversation since the action's been settled.
And I indicated that I would prefer to bring it up on second reading.
That's fine.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and do it that way.
Mm.
Okay, great, thank you. And then we can go ahead and look at the bylaws for the Noxious Weed Advisory Board.
Okay, so for the bylaws, there were just, I think, like 3 minor changes that the advisory board recommended that we bring to you. I think we just added the word noxious to the title, so it's the County Noxious Weed Advisory Board. And then I think the other main thing was on Article 5, number 3, the absence policy. We changed that from 3 to 2, just because we don't meet very often. So those were the main changes.
I think those are the main changes since we presented it at the work session. That was it, right?
Yeah, I mean, we discussed all these changes at the work session. Nothing has been changed since.
Oh, okay.
then. Yeah.
All right.
On the resolution, on the first page, they're all numbered number 1. Are those numbers?
It's
numbered?
because so each section 1 is part of its own article.
Okay,
So it's Article 1, Section 1, Article 2, Section 1. And that's just so as we flow throughout the document, most of the other articles have multiple subsections within them.
Mhm.
So that's why I do it like that. But in theory, I guess we could take them out. Since you could just refer to Article 1. It's really for reference points is why I do it like that. So if we're like, per Article 7, Section 3, they can jump right to it. So I did it on the first couple ones just for the sake of consistency.
It doesn't matter to me. I just wondered because it's curious looking.
No, I agree. It does look, and I agree with you, but it's like, I don't know, when I look at it in the whole form, it doesn't look weird. But yeah, just looking at the first page, it does kind of look weird.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
I have none.
Okay,
They're ready for
then
motion.
yeah, entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt Resolution 24-109. This is a resolution adopting amended Gilpin County Noxious Weed Advisory Board rules and bylaws.
A second?
Okay, having the motion in the second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And the resolution 24-103 has been adopted 3-0. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you.
and welcome back.
So happy to be back.
Okay, and now we'll move on to Resolution 24-129, approving the addition of digital accessibility coordinator responsibility to specific job descriptions. Sam?
Hey. Sure, he's ready. We could also move on if you wanted to the next resolution while Mr. Bowers coming to the table. Your choice.
Oh, here he comes.
Okay. Morning, Sam.
Good morning. How y'all doing?
Thanks.
Just one moment here.
Good morning, Commissioners. You all hear me?
Let's see. And Melanie asked if we could hear her.
We cannot. She said anything.
This is Melanie. I'm the Community Engagement Officer. Can you hear me? Or I'm in the room. I know the people on Zoom can hear me.
Right now.
We went through all this in a work session, so.
Mhm.
I had only one question. I was wondering, what is the interface or interaction with our IT services? Will there be any?
So the main interface will be through our staff person, the IT specialist that the county has hired. And so they are going to be the primary conduit between the outside firm and staff for any IT needs. So the summary is the digital accessibility requirements, as we're all very familiar with. There's a lot involved in those. We're looking at designated certain staff members to modify their job description, add in a specific requirement that they're going to be responsible for compliance within their certain areas for the digital accessibility. That's
So
it
they're-
in a kind of
so
a
this
broad.
is expanding their responsibilities or typical interaction with the IT services would just expand.
So I wouldn't say it's with the IT services. I would say primarily it's with kind of adding to the website or any sort of digital media and making sure that it's fully compliant with the state law.
That's their responsibility.
The staff members' responsibility, yes,
So if they're having any technical issues, then they will interact with the IT.
absolutely.
Okay, I just was curious in what their relationship was.
Thank you for the summary, County Manager. Just to give a little more background, the digital accessibility coordinators will serve as kind of resident experts, first and foremost, on digital accessibility. Right now, we kind of have a fairly large list of those positions that we've identified. We do expect in the future that will be reduced just as we kind of work through the initial stages of the new requirements. The other thing that these coordinators will do is they'll kind of serve as the last line of defense as far as documents or changes to the website. We'll have other people that are involved in making changes, but those changes won't be pushed out to the website until a coordinator has had their eyes on it to ensure it meets any accessibility requirements. I know that Melanie did most of the work on this, so I do want to try to get her in on this. I haven't been involved as intimately as she has, so I think it would be good.
I'm here, but apparently I don't think those of you in the room can hear me.
Melanie's texting. She says there might be something with our microphone online. They can hear her. So her microphone is working.
Do we need to discuss this much, given we had the work session?
It's up to the board, making sure you're comfortable with the action.
Well, I understand that from the legislation that the failure to comply, the punishment is rather severe.
Mhm, correct.
So are we anticipating if that happens, how we would handle that? Or how would these designated people be able to address that or convey that information?
So what I would say broadly is the law is in effect as of January 1st now. We have a pass in the sense of the fines until July of next year. And so we have this plan and we're working through the plan to ensure compliance. But when we get to that critical point of July 1st, we're going to be looking at our overall digital footprint throughout the organization and making sure we're fully in compliance and that the items posted out there on the website, primarily the website, are in compliance, or if they are not, that they are pulled off. And so it's this team, because it's more than just one person, there's this team that's going to be working on not only the mitigation, but also ensuring that future items posted are fully in compliance. But Mr. Bauer can expand upon what I just stated.
Can you repeat the question, please?
I was just saying that if we understand that the consequences of not being in compliance are very severe, so what I understand Manager Ray was saying that this team will be advising the commissioners on issues or problems that could get us into trouble. Is that?
Can you all hear me now?
Oh, now we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, good. Because I can address this too. I think Sam probably would prefer I address this, but what County Manager Rears said is correct. This team would be primarily responsible for making sure that all of the content on the website is accessible. And so this is one piece of the puzzle towards us meeting our accessibility standards. The content plan, the digital content plan is policy was the other piece that we still need to approve. But this will address the website itself. It's not talking, there's a lot of other digital content that we have that is not necessarily part of this, but the website, this means that people who currently have publishing access to our website who are not on that list on the resolution will not be able to publish. They will have to go through one of those digital accessibility coordinators so that they can verify that the edits or the new page is accessible, made accessibly, and then they can publish it themselves. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Mhm.
yes, does. I guess my question then is if for this, we're focusing just on updating our website to meet the new statute. Are there other areas in the county that, within the county that we need to upgrade as well besides the website? Or is this just for website?
Yes,
Yeah.
so the state has put everything that they call ICT, which is Information Communications Technology, under this umbrella that needs to be accessible. The biggest things are our website and our social media, but it includes any sort of communication externally or internally done through digital means.
So if somebody wanted to apply for a job on the internet or to use
Yes,
one of
so
our
like
computers or their own computer.
Any of our third-party systems are also under the umbrella term. So our HR systems, our permitting systems, just to give a couple examples, are also have to be under that. But our hope is to work directly with those vendors because most of those third-party software applications are provided by third-party vendors. They have to do the back-end work. Unfortunately for us, we don't have, a vendor that manages our website. We have to do that in-house. So that's why it's really important that we have these certain controls and processes to ensure that we are meeting those standards. And those other areas, we can ask our third-party partners to ensure that they're meeting certain standards, but this is really in-house. So that's why it's being approached specifically this way.
So this is.
These, oh, I was just going to add that these people also would have extra training. And so they would become digital accessibility experts. And so they can also advise other people in the county on on best practices for documents. Because any document that's sent digitally, that's shared digitally falls under this policy, falls under this law. And so those also need to be made accessible. And that means anybody in our county could be sending those documents and we could, be liable for fines with those documents if they're not made accessible.
Would this affect core requests? If people requested information like a history of emails or something, that information provided to that person would have to meet these requirements as well? For core requests?
Yeah, so this is still a bit of an open question when it comes to core requests. I've heard a little bit of buzz just kind of among the community, different jurisdictions, about how we approach this. But the thought from our perspective right now, and certainly we would want to consult with our attorney and their expertise to ensure we're getting this right. But what I've heard is that essentially we would fulfill the requirements of Cora, getting those 3 days out and those documents out in time to whatever individual, because it is a part of outside communication. It is a sort of digital correspondence. We would also have to ensure that those documents met certain accessibility standards. That puts us in a difficult position when we have a few days if it's a very large request. And sort of navigating that is something I think we'll need to talk to our attorneys and find the best course of action. But both would apply, both core requirements and accessibility requirements to any document that's requested digitally like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and these positions will make sure that any content going to will be reviewed and meet standards at this time.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? No? Okay. Okay, well, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion for this. I think it's your turn, Sandy.
Oh, I just did the last one.
Oh,
I can do it. I'll go ahead. Madam Chair, I move that we adopt resolution 24-129. This is approving the addition of digital accessibility coordinator responsibilities to specific job descriptions. Do you want me to read through them? They're in there.
as
Yeah.
listed, yeah, that's fine.
Second?
Okay, and all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and we have 3-0, resolution 24-129 is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Melanie.
Okay, and Melanie, let's see, we'll go on to 24-128, expressing support for the conservation recreation vision created by NOCO Places.
Yes, so as I know you had a work session last week where a representative came and presented the new vision. I am part of the communications subcommittee, and Commissioner Hollingsworth is on the executive committee. So this is just something they're all trying to pass within all of within the 5 counties to have us all pass this resolution at once. And so that's what this is presenting to adopt the vision.
Okay, and then won't they be making a, let's see, oh, a public announcement will be made tomorrow. Okay. Let's see, any further questions or?
I have some questions on this when going through the document. It talks about conservation often in here, and 60% of Gilpin County approximately is public lands. So is this organization looking to expand the conservation requirements or conservation request within the private sector? Because that's already, conservation is part of the national forest and the state parks, et cetera. So when you talk about conservation expansion, which is mentioned often here, what are you looking for?
So this group is formed, it's the 5 counties, and then 2 federal and 1 state agency, and they're all public lands managers. So it only applies to public lands. Of course, we encourage, conservation easements and such, but this is specifically on public lands. So this is to help manage as a region, because sometimes people might be on a trail that goes from Clear Creek into Gilpin or Gilpin into Boulder. So it's just a coordinated effort to be talking to each other so that we're all working on the same things, like similar signage, similar messaging, similar preparation when you're coming to public lands, and then education to help promote, wildlife corridor preservation and plant species preservation while you're using public lands. So it all has to do with public
Okay,
lands.
so again, it's most of this is just dealing with public lands.
All of it is
Although I
dealing
do, looking on here, they have working agricultural lands are managed and sustained and supported by a diversity ecosystem. So working agricultural lands, I assume, are like BLM lands where people are ranching or doing something in BLM. That does not include private property.
No, this is all public lands.
Okay.
And some public lands are loaned is the wrong, leased out for grazing. So that would also be public lands.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I believe Gilpin County is only 52% with
Right,
public
50.
lands, not over 60.
Right.
So that's a little, yeah.
Okay, almost
A little
about
much.
50 then.
But yeah, and I remember in the mapping with the presentation too, it was all specified,
Okay, thank you.
the boundaries and all.
Okay.
Okay, so I just want to go back to page 5, NOCO Places goals, where it says increase in conservation. That is only increasing conservation
Public
by the,
land,
by public, by
Right.
the,
right. So
by the
we're-
government, because they're the only ones who can designate public lands, right?
Well, we don't designate public lands, but these public lands
Okay.
exist. And then we're the only county that doesn't have a public lands manager. So this includes, like Jefferson County, they have an open space program. That's all their public lands are managed under that department. And the same with Boulder County, Larimer, and then Clear Creek is formulating theirs. They started doing theirs. So they're the ones that are acquiring public lands within their jurisdiction. And we're not in the process of doing any
We're not, but
acquisition.
that is something, that is one of the goals of this organization, is increasing conservation and to expand public lands. So
In their
it's
jurisdiction, right.
municipalities and jurisdictions who are doing that.
Right, right. So they're
And that is a
making their-
goal of
It's,
this
it's a
organization.
goal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions then?
Okay. No other questions or comments?
Mhm.
Then I'll entertain a motion.
My turn.
Mhm.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt Resolution 24-128, expressing support for the conservation and recreation vision created by NOCO. What is their official name?
No go places.
Okay, NOCO Places.
I'll second.
Okay, having the motion in second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And the resolution 24-28 is adopted 3-0. Thank you. And now let's go to the resolution repealing the temporary stay in the processing of 1041 applications.
Thank you, Commissioners. As you're aware from 2 weeks ago, the board approved the updated 1041 regulations and process. This is to end the temporary stay that's currently in place until October, so that we can formally accept applications. Any applications received would be reviewed under the new process. And I stand for any questions you may have.
I have a question. On the, I guess my question is, it says that applications may be processed and considered. So are our staff now trained fully on the 1041 and what that includes?
So our community development director, Robin Gutierrez, was actively involved
Right.
in drafting the 1041.
Mhm.
So he would be the starting point and his office would be the starting point in considering any applications. So the answer is yes, since he was intimately involved in drafting the regulations.
But they'll all go through him or his staff will eventually get all trained
It would be primarily him, and over time his staff will be trained.
over time,
Yes,
but not currently.
not currently, not to my understanding, but it has just been 2 weeks, and after this, then we would be accepting applications.
I have no comment.
No comments or questions? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
then I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move to adopt Resolution 24-130. This is a resolution repealing the temporary stay and the processing of 1041 applications.
A second.
Okay, having the motion in a second, all in favor?
Aye.
And the resolution 24-130 is adopted 3-0. Okay, and now we'll move on to resolution 24-132, amending the list of official appointments, committees and boards.
Thank you, Commissioners. With the recent changes in legal services, certain changes to the list of commitments, committees and appointments needs to be made. The two here would be for the Upper Clear Creek Watershed Association. If the county would like to appoint someone to that body, it's open-ended in the draft. The other area is the Gilpin Water Company, which I know Commissioner Hollingsworth is very active in and involved with, as well as its history. So it's prepared with designating Commissioner Hollingsworth as the county representative there. And I stand for any questions you may have.
Just to clarify, so this water company is required to meet once a year as a minimum. Typically, that happens in January, February.
And so they've already met for this year then.
Yes.
Okay. And then, so we
Is
could
the-
wait.
Is the term for 1 year or until it's changed?
Well, we do appointments again in January. So it could stay or change. We'll
So
find
every
out.
January there'd be an appointment. Okay.
Okay. And I'm sorry, what was the other? Because it doesn't list anything. any
Yeah, the other
others.
one is currently vacant. There's not a suggestion to fill the position. Upper Clear Creek Watershed Association. In my conversations with the prior attorney, he suggested staff, that it's typically staff members serving in that capacity. I don't have a particular suggestion to the board, but it is an open position to be filled if the county wants to designate someone.
Do you know, do they meet monthly? Do we know how often they meet?
I don't know a lot. I haven't been party to that body. From their website, what they are is the Upper Clear Creek Watershed Association is designated under Section 208 of the Clean Water Act as the management agency responsible for reviewing proposed actions that may impact water quality in the watershed. Our membership includes municipalities, counties, dischargers, and related entities located in the Upper Clear Creek watershed, primarily in Clear Creek and Gilpin County. The membership includes Blackhawk Central City Sanitation District, Central City, CDOT, Clear Creek County, Clear Creek Ski Corp., Town of Empire, Town of Georgetown, Gilpin County, City of Golden, Henderson Mine, City of Idaho Springs, Jefferson County, Molson Coors, Silver Plume, St. Mary's Water and Sanitation District, and Trout Unlimited.
So are you referencing Clear Creek Watershed and Forest Health collaboration, or is this something else?
That's something else.
I was just listing who's currently a member of the Upper Clear Creek Watershed Association.
Which is not on our present list.
It is currently, so the Upper Clear Creek Watershed is on the list.
Oh, I see. Attorney
Yeah.
Benning was there and it's,
It's currently, there wasn't any suggestion as to who filled that role. I figure it would be a discussion from the board if you want to, or we can have this discussion at any later time.
I'm wondering with our extension agent, if she has a capacity in case there is a meeting, just to cover it so Gilpin County is not missing, because she's working with the other watershed group.
Well, by chance, she just happens to be in the room, so we
So,
could occasionally.
yeah, if you're familiar with it.
Beginning of the conversation, so I'm not really sure.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
The Upper Clear Creek Watershed Association,
Okay,
I believe what our prior attorney was on that.
okay,
Are you familiar with the group?
yes.
Oh, okay.
I've been to a few of their meetings,
Oh.
but I understand that Brad was pretty involved, so I kind of stopped going.
Do you have the capacity to go in case there are meetings between now and the end of the year or even beyond?
Sure.
Because you're working with the other watershed
group.
groups.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then maybe if we can get more information and see how to consider this in next January when we have that, and see if it's too much of a burden or if you recommend someone else
Mhm.
be involved with it. It'll be our placeholder till for a little bit.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
So I would nominate Jennifer Cook, our extension agent, to fill that.
do we need a resolution for that?
So there is a resolution already. We would just ask that you amend what was proposed to add Jennifer Cook as the representative from Gilpin County on the Upper Clear Creek Watershed Association.
Do you have any information on, I mean, I feel like I get their emails, but I don't know for sure.
I've
Do you-
gotten a couple of their emails, but I don't attend.
Okay.
Since Brad
Yeah.
covers it. Yeah.
And
I'll
so,
forward- I'll forward you that.
or
and it's-
have, yeah, county manager Rears can
Right, you probably have some information.
give some of the updated information regarding them.
We will be in contact.
Alright.
We'll figure it out. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know, well, seeing as the other only meets once a year, and then we can see, could we hold off on that until next January?
Well, we need to have someone in the seat because it's a board. We're a part of the board. We're a member of the water company. And so we need to have a person on the board.
There could be an emergency situation calling the board.
Mm. And the bylaws are if anyone in the water company wants to call a meeting to discuss something, then there would be an in-between meeting. So that did happen when one of the properties was being developed and everyone had to agree on the water usage and how much they would put toward that effort. I don't know of anything right now. I haven't heard of anything that anyone wants to meet about.
Any comment in regards to filling both positions or? Okay, well, then we'll go ahead and I'll stand open for a motion.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt resolution 24-132, amending the list of official committee and board appointments for 2024, assigning Commissioner Sandy Hollingsworth to the, that's right, the Gilpin Water Company, and Jennifer Cook, CSU Extension Agent, to the Clear Creek Watershed and Forest Health Collaboration Organization.
It's actually the Upper Clear Creek.
Upper Clear Creek Watershed Association.
They're very similar names. I'll second.
Okay, and all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we've got those changes and resolution 24-132 has been adopted. Okay, and then our next discussion will be in regards to CCI, the 2025 legislative proposals. And we just have a summary sheet with those, the different steering committees and proposals that have been suggested.
You just want to go down.
Yeah, I'll just go down the list and then we
I
can,
have to look at your list because I don't have it. So I just have that.
oh, okay, okay, so the first one, under agriculture, wildlife, and rural affairs, is one legislative, the treatment of agricultural land in urban renewal authorities. And this basically closes the loophole in existing, I believe it was 2010 legislation, regarding URAs in agricultural land.
Right. In the discussion, so we discussed some of these in our mountain district, and then we just had a meeting on the 20th to go through all of them with CCI. This is a loophole that, got this one.
Yeah, from Larimer County. And it was, yeah, when they had a developer that was planning on using it as a loophole.
Yeah, what they found has happened, and they don't want it to happen again, because they're fighting it, is that there was agricultural land in a URA, and then after the 25-year time period for that URA expired, then they were moving the agricultural land to a adjacent URA that was created. Tell me if I'm explaining this right. Opening up the previous agricultural land for development. So that wasn't the intention of having it as being the URA.
Right, and that allowed the developers to avoid paying county taxes after the original URA expired. So anyway, I had put that yes, that would be in support of that.
I agree, and be
I
supportive of.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm in support.
So, yes. And then that was the only one under agricultural, wildlife and rural affairs. The next is under general government. The first, the flexibility to decrease county salaries. And this was just Dolores County. But I believe it's been brought up that individual counties can budget and pass their own resolutions for to change salaries.
One of the reasons for
here.
this being brought up is some of the less affluent counties feel that the state assigning salaries for commissioners, sometimes they can't, it's very difficult for them to provide those salaries. And so they would like the ability to set their own salaries for their commissioners instead of using the table that the state puts out. And I'm in support of it in solidarity with these counties that have this difficulty.
Yeah, they said that they, in this particular case, the wages are set, the salaries are set based on the Denver Metro District. And so they felt like the salaries were really high for their smaller rural communities.
Well, it was the increases that were coming up. So
Right.
the percentage increase.
So there, and so there were, I think, 3 counties that have already just done this by resolution.
Mhm.
They're not sure it's completely allowed that way, but they have done that. And they had an example of one county that they just, all the elected officials talked and voluntarily lowered their salaries as a group in their county. So it's an interesting discussion. I really have no position on this one.
Yeah. I didn't either, and it was just had to do with their elected officials at that point.
There is the possibility that there is the capability of commissioners to voluntarily reduce their salaries as well. So
Right.
that is an option. But I do support this, like I said, in solidarity of the counties that have this issue.
Are you familiar, Jack, with how binding is the table that's set? I think that's what came into the discussion. No one was quite sure how binding the table was set by the state, if it's actual statute or just recommendations.
I haven't really looked at this in any great detail, but I think it's a recommendation.
Okay. Yeah, that's what. had
Oh,
been brought
and
forward.
that reminds me too, that some counties have done other proposals to lower their county, it's ratings probably not the right word, but their category. So some have done these over the years to raise their category, to raise the salaries, and others have done them to lower. It just doesn't seem like it applies to us, but I just don't have a position. So if you two want to support it, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, so with that, we could do a yes on that, so support. The next was to eliminate the fee on paper carryout bags. There was the recommendation that it be changed to a permissive, suggested that if counties wanted to do that.
I
Well,
support that.
The proposal as written is to, it hasn't been changed. And so it was to discontinue the fees. So if it's to discontinue the fees, I would be opposed to that because some counties find them beneficial for revenue.
Right.
So I guess there
And-
isn't clarity where the bill proposal's really at.
Yeah, if it changes to be a permissive bill, then I'd support it. But other counties did express that they found the amount collected to be useful for their budgets.
Right. So,
So it is amend then to include permissive.
pardon?
So the position is to support with amend to make it permissive.
I think so.
I agree with
I
that.
would, yeah.
Okay.
When you vote on October 4th, if that's the way the discussion goes.
Yeah, that was a suggestion to amend it. And then under justice and public safety,
The first one was pulled.
The first one, right, because that they feel will be better coming out of the DA's group. So the second is responsibilities of employer in civil judgments for civil rights violations. So it was currently counties can be held responsible for an employee's action.
Sure. I'm right.
Yeah, this one in Fremont, they're in the middle of a suit because they're being told, the county's being told they have to cover the cost for the judgment because the employee
Is unable to
is
pay.
not able to, and they would like it changed that it wouldn't default that the county would have to pay for the actions of an employee. Mm.
And that one I would support because it does close the loophole or clarify the responsibilities.
I support that one as well.
Okay.
And the next is county courthouse funding. And this would be a resolution to help this, for the state to help with the cost of any courthouse funding improvements or new buildings.
The argument here is that counties are required to have a courthouse. And it's sometimes onerous to maintain them and provide the services that are required by statute. And so the thought is that the state should supply some funds for that and not be an unfunded mandate is how it's being presented.
So it's a little further than that. It's
Mhm.
actually, the actual proposal is that there's current funding that is energy mineral money that the state has that's being used. And what they'd like to do is it will be they're called COPs, which I don't remember what the COP is, but it's a courthouse fund. So those will all be paid off around 2027. And what they'd like to do is repurpose that fund instead of having it go away, repurpose it to be used for courthouse specific funding, not jail, just courthouse. And currently it's about $400 million statewide. And there's no guarantee that it will happen, but that's the proposal. So that would be a 2027 switchover. And right now there's a model called the Building Excellent Schools Today program that's funded and mentioned in the statutes. So that is mostly funded by the cannabis tax that was passed by the state at the state level, because some taxes are passed at the state level. We don't have an influence on those if that happens. So it's just kind of a proposal to repurpose the money.
So this this legislation that is as being proposed by CCI would be recommending funds from a particular location as part of this to support
It's a particular funding source at this point.
that they were.
Yeah, that'll be repurposed because of this, I don't believe that funding has been used.
Oh, no,
Oh, it is.
it's being used, but that what they'd like to do is that this is supposed to end, this COP funding is going to end. And it's funded through energy and mineral
Right.
money.
And I'm
now.
sorry, yeah,
So
that
they
it's
just
not,
want to switch, their proposal is to switch it from the current use and continue it
To
instead of
get-
having it end, but
Right.
focus it on courthouse improvements. So I think it makes sense.
right. And yes, I would
And you said the
support that.
current use is right presently for,
Do you remember what COP is? Because it doesn't say in here.
I cannot, I was trying to remember.
seeing it here.
Is it certificates of participation for funding mechanism? I don't,
No, it's a fund, it generates funds.
Yeah, because energy mineral feeds this fund. This fund is used for other kind of improvements.
okay.
So there are a lot in process. But it's saying that those in process will be paid off by 2027. So then they want to keep the fund going, just repurpose it for courthouse improvements, which all counties need money for that.
Mhm. Anyway, so I have yes, we'll be in.
So
support
the
of that.
comment about the best program, the best excellent schools to date, best program is just an example of a
Right.
funding
Mhm.
mechanism, but
A
that's
model.
not where the money is coming from.
Right. It's a model of how to implement it. Just they could model it after that process of how those happen, but it wouldn't take money away from the best. It would keep using the energy mineral funds, bank of money.
Okay.
Confusing to explain.
It is confusing.
Right, I know.
Because otherwise, if the fund just were to end in 2027, then the money would just go to the state and not be allocated to the counties for courthouse. If this were to pass. So it's funded through energy mineral, the excellent school, the best is funded
It's a
through
model.
the tax
Right.
on cannabis. So they're completely different funding sources.
Not
One
sure,
won't interfere with the other.
but we're not sure about what the COP program is, where they want to. That program has been not discontinued, but not in use.
It's just winding down by 2027.
Yes, anything it's funded, the end date is in 27.
I think I need more information before I can make a decision on this as far as clarification of where the money.
Okay, yeah, they had discussed it in some depth
Yeah.
prior
so
meetings.
I know in hearing the discussions, I support it because it would be continue money, accessing the energy mineral, which will continue to replenish. And I'd rather have it possibly go to the counties for courthouse improvements that are required than just go to the state. Or someone else might propose a use for it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we can move on to Health and Human.
What was his position on that then?
I believe two of us were yes to support it.
I abstain.
Okay, then Health and Human Services, they had one in regards to retail food establishment fees. And this, they didn't have quite, well, they had proposals to either have the state raise the fees because the fees have not been changed since 2019, or to give the power to set the fees to the counties
Or to CDPHE.
or CDPHE. So
right.
there were the three different options.
So the one, you'll just have to see how the discussion goes. I mean, personally, I think in listening, it would make more sense that they go to the counties because the counties know how much they need to recoup to cover their costs. And as has been discussed, it's not we can't gain revenue from it, but it would be to cover our
Just
costs.
cover the cost of doing the inspections. This is for the inspections.
So are they asking us to pick one of those three suggestions? Or just to present all three suggestions to the legislature?
Well, they'll need to see which one they want to come down to do. It was Eagle County. But if do we support the idea of retail food establishment fees, changing that dynamic?
What's in
So-
statute right now?
So I
Right,
think
correct.
on the discussion when Commissioner Berman will vote for us, when they discuss on October 4th, I think if they want to fine tune it to be that the counties would set the fees, I would support it. If they want it to be that the CDPHE sets the fees, I might support it. And if they wanted the state to continue, right now it's only done every 3 years. And the fees haven't gone up, but as I explained, part of the reason the fees, which are the reimbursement to the counties, haven't gone up is that the COVID years hit. And so there was no data to influence the decision. So,
So what they're asking is they want each county to select one of those three options when they're voted on.
I think in the discussion, I kind of think it'll. go
I
down.
agree with Commissioner Barone and having the counties be able to set the fees for inspections.
Yeah, and because one thing with the CDPHE is they did say that they would most likely take a percentage or a part of the fee as well.
Yeah.
So, okay, so that'll be our
Because some.
recommendation then.
There are 7 counties that still use the state for their retail food inspections. Clear Creek was one of them. So we're fortunate that we've moved it back at the county level because they happen quicker, more efficiently. So that helps supports our businesses to get that done. And other counties, they have to wait for the state to do it in their time frame. So some of the counties have delays, which puts kind of a pressure on the businesses.
Let's see. Okay, so I'll just have the recommendation, the county set the fees for them.
Okay.
And then under land use and natural resources, just one for improvements to water samplings for impaired stream segments.
In the discussion, I support this. This is for particularly for agricultural land counties, or rural counties. They just said that the data right now is falls short, I'll say. And this would help collect more accurate data because the data is used to influence decisions from the state to these counties.
Right, for water usage and all. That's-
Because they were talking about, E. coli, they were talking about particulates, and they're not fine tuned to help benefit the counties that need to use this data.
I support this.
Okay, yes. Okay, under taxation and finance, there were quite a few, and I believe they were all would be, I think, permissive except one. Anyway, the first, to increase the cap of county lodging sales tax up to a cap of 6%.
This one I support because those municipalities can have 6%, but right now the counties can only have 2%. So it would help generate revenue. And since it taxes visitors that use lodging, I would support that.
Again, this is a permissive.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, all the tax are permissive.
It would have to
support
be
this one.
passed by the voters. So if Gilpin County wanted to put it forward, the Gilpin County voters would have to approve it.
And then the next is an electric vehicle charging station tax to be collected, and that to go into the highway users tax fund.
What was your thinking on this one?
I thought it's a good idea, and then they also said that maybe to clarify, maybe help fund more charging stations as well.
I know they were.
Where's
getting-
on the tax, where does the money goes to Colorado Department of Revenue is where the tax goes? Or is this a tax that the counties can collect?
It would be the state, but it would go into the HUTF fund.
Okay,
It would be added in.
and so they would come up with a mechanism for allotting it, or was that discussed in the?
Well, then based on that, then that would be more money that could come into, that would be given to the counties.
Okay, so,
And then also they wanted to help make more charging stations available.
They, there was discussion about, this would just tax the ones that are publicly available. And then there were discussion, what about home charging?
Right. And
But
they
that's
said
not part-
no, that
That's
that
not
would
part
be
of
hard.
this,
Right.
but this is, this one's put forward by Yuma, you know, which is a small county, but they have, small county and budget and staff. But, they said they have 2,400 is that right? 2,400 miles of road in their county. It's big.
And so the
A lot
EV,
of roads.
EV stations that we're putting in at the library would have this tax on it. But not the ones that are like in Pine Cliff and Mullenville, those are like privately owned, right? Or is this even
No,
privately
they-
owned charging stations?
Into any charging stations, but by private, they meant residential charging.
This
So if
would
you-
be,
No, I'm talking about businesses that are offering charging stations. They will be taxed,
they would be taxed.
like the
Yes.
charging stations at the Century parking lot.
The users, but it goes to back to the users. So the charging stations would, the fee would, tax would end up, it's hard tax fee. So the charging stations would be taxed, but then when people use the public ones, they pay. So they can recoup it from people using. So it ultimately taxes the users. So people that aren't using them don't pay any tax.
I understand, but
Yeah.
it does include
Yes,
all publicly
Publicly.
offered
Yes.
EV charging stations. And that tax will go to the state and then there'll be.
And then it'll come
reimbursed
back to the counties.
To the HUTF.
Correct.
and this one, they already had bipartisan support to run it. And then Commissioner Weaver, he said that there were assumptions that were given about how much could be brought in. Because there's already a fee that passed for registration, but it doesn't, that's just to register an EV. And that was supposed to make up for some of the loss of gas tax. So this is the next step, charging for the use of the chargers.
I agree. I mean, I approve.
Okay. And then,
Support, I should say.
okay, so I have yes on that. Then county revenue diversifications, again, permissive, and then
Right.
I think within that, they would have you could allow counties to do excise taxes, I believe,
They had a number of,
in the unincorporated
Yeah.
areas.
I think they had a
different things.
few different ideas, didn't they?
Mhm.
Mhm. But they're all permissive, so I would support it just to support the counties that want to implement or try to implement these things. Because again, they have to go to the voters because they're a tax.
Does it say
Oh.
they have to go to the borders, this one?
Well, it does through two.
All taxes
All
have to go
taxes
to the
have to be
voters.
voter approved.
Yeah, the counties don't set taxes, the voters approve them. So they had the three ideas. There was licensing businesses, sales tax in unincorporated counties, and occupational tax, which I know I didn't
Well, I think
support
they
that.
were willing to, they were going to pull the occupation
Because
tax.
I know I'd spoken.
Because a lot of people did not.
Spoke in opposition to that one. I didn't like taxing our businesses. That one's kind of a head tax, so you think they did pull it?
Yes, he did say he was going to pull that. They were taking that out.
I don't support this one.
Let's see. And then the other was, to clarify and simple,
So are we 2-1 supporting it? Okay.
because it's permissive.
Yeah, because it was permissive, yeah.
Property to streamline property tax proceedings.
Want to try to explain that one?
That's very difficult.
That's-
Do you have a chance?
Yeah.
to read that?
I did read that one and
It does make sense.
did.
doesn't it?
We would like to have it consistent as much as possible, but the legislation seems to be everywhere with that, so.
This one was
It's
just.
good. I think it's a good attempt. I mean, we
Yeah,
may as well
To
try.
streamline, yes.
It's
We'll
gonna
try.
come to close another loophole that,
Mhm.
private, in Eagle County, it sounded like it was private investors that were using this loophole to get around
Mm.
paying taxes.
Okay, and then the final is ability for local governments to implement a real estate transfer tax with voter approval.
That one's permissive too.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I don't support that one either.
I support that one. The reason I support it, I guess, is that if it were to pass, so the real estate transfer tax was in place and then it got closed at the advent of Tabor, and people and jurisdictions could move to be included in it. But I know neither city nor Gilpin County, neither city in Gilpin, meaning Blackhawk Central City or Gilpin County, did not go for it. So it's something that would be permissive. So if it passes and then Central City and Blackhawk wanted to pursue it for their revenue, I support it for that as an option.
Because it would be more effective or affect them more, the cities.
And I think
You don't have a,
I guess said I was against it.
oh, okay. And then under tourism, resorts and economic development, a construction defect reform. Bill yet again.
Another iteration of it. Last year, this was put forward by Teller County, but then withdrawn because it needed some fine tuning. So they say this is more fine tuned.
They think this might be successful this year, this time around.
We'll find out. I think that
We'll see.
they're trying to address construction defects so that it will fall back on the builders more than the owner of the property. And then also to remedy construction defects that may not be known until someone's been in that property for a number of years. And then they also feel like if this passes, it could open the door to condos being built again, because there's been a real,
For affordable housing, to open them up.
yeah, and
For
so
them.
the condo building has really decreased in Colorado because of these kinds of restrictions and the unknown.
Try again.
I know.
I-
I was
that's what
just
I
I
say.
support it.
Try
We'll
again.
See.
Try again.
Okay, so I have a yes on that. And then tax credit incentives for sustainable aviation fuel.
I oppose that one.
I think it'd be okay to take no position. It doesn't affect us unless we want to support those that are trying to do it. I know that Arapahoe and Eagle, we're talking about, they're trying to use biomass to create fuel, but this was to help reduce the use of leaded fuel with other alternatives. And it's called sustainable aviation fuels.
Yeah, it's different from the other one that wanted to give credit and help for the processing of it,
Right.
which we could give them a lot of our mount chip to do.
Oh, and so Route was interested in Eagle and Swatch. Because they're all looking at using like beetle kill lumber to create fuel. Very interesting. And they have a solid waste effort already going in Eagle County that they're trying to get. It it would create an industry to use agricultural byproducts like corn cobs to create fuel. I think it's kind of cutting edge, I think.
I think the technology and the desire to get away from leaded fuel for airplanes, there just isn't enough evaluation in how it's going to affect the operations of the planes themselves. And I don't think I'd want to be in a plane that was, having biofuel in it if it hasn't been tested. And I think there's a lot more.
I think
technical
at
issues
this
to
point,
be
they're
addressed.
mostly the smaller aircraft that can be
Small- that's- It
retrofitted.
is small
for it,
aircraft,
yeah.
but still, I think there's a lot more research that needs to be done on changing the fuels for small aircraft.
Okay.
Which
So
they-
you take the
which they
abstain?
talked about, that they're in the process of doing. They gave like the Argonne National Laboratories model is doing it.
Again,
and-
there's still more work to be done. So
And
I don't
it's-
support it at this time.
Okay, so we can abstain on
Just
that?
how about no position?
No,
I abstain, yes.
okay. And then last year, transportation telecommunications, permissive authority to collect roadway maintenance fees. And that was put forth by Arapahoe County.
Oh, yeah. So this is something they say the municipalities are already able to do this
Yes,
based on road
Central City
usage?
does that for their parkway.
They said that they've done 5 surveys in the last 2 years, and the outcome is that residents are willing to pay more for road maintenance. Huh. And this is permissive too.
Mhm.
I don't know if I'm looking at the right one. What is that?
It's by Arapahoe County, permissive authority.
Something else. Yeah.
And this I think would be challenging to implement in our county because we don't have long stretches of road. And if this were implemented from someone's home to a highway, I think just collecting it and implementing it would be interesting.
Yeah, I think it's more urban
More urban
areas
or-
would
Well,
be easier.
Some of the larger counties wanted to be able to do it because they have long stretches of road. But like I said, it is permissive. Counties are all looking for different funding sources and revenue.
I think getting more revenue for taking care of our roads is always a good idea.
Even if it taxes the landowners. So if you had to pay from your house to,
Oh, it's this one's
Place.
multifamily residence. We don't qualify for a lot of these, right?
No, because like I said, I think it's mostly or when you read the definitions, urban areas.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would abstain. I don't think it's relevant to Gilpin County.
it would be no position then. Right.
Position then.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. As well. Again, create additional transportation planning regions.
So this one, they were talking about creating another region that would represent the mountain communities.
Mhm.
Because like right now, we're part of the I-70 corridor group. We really don't have any active voice. We have someone that has attended. I don't feel like it's moves the needle on anything.
So I think if we could do it to create something
Intermountain region.
intermountain, yeah, that would benefit us more.
Yeah, it's not in our area.
Okay, and then
So what do we decide on that one?
I would say yes, if we can create one that would more of an intermountain off of the I-7, that does not include the I-70 corridor.
So would
It would
you
benefit
support
us.
it, then ask for an amendment to include our area, or just support it in solidarity with this, these counties?
I think it'd be good if it included us.
It's
'cause
to
we're-
include us, yes.
Because we're part of Dr. Cog, which is mostly focused on the metro area. So most of the transportation funding goes to urban, not up our way.
To include us. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and then next to redistribute highway user tax fee funding tiers.
I'm,
What's
I
that? Information on this.
I think
I
I'm,
know, I was wary of that because I wouldn't want them
I think I'm,
changed so we don't.
yeah, I think I'm opposed to it because it would affect 17 counties funding. Because there are 3 tiers, 17 counties on tier 2, and this proposal is to eliminate tier 2. So then where do the 17 counties go? And so
Yeah.
they all said, we're dependent on the HE2TF as much.
Yeah.
Plus, because it's it's like under the magnifying glass at the federal level right now, whether to continue having it, because it really benefits the west states more than the east
In the
states.
eastern.
I just kind of worry about shaking things up.
Right, that's how I was worried that we'd be, lose some of the funding. And then, okay, so I have no on that. And then responsibility for railroad maintenance projects.
I think that's important to Gilpin County as far as, that we want to include fire cisterns for fire protection along the way. And this is to protect the lands of part of their property as well, the rail property.
Well, and
the
that's
railroad.
to encourage the railroad to
To start paying for.
pay more, except especially at crossings. I know that was,
Yeah,
I
this
know
was-
most of the
this-
talk has been around about bridges and things like that, or the concerns about updating bridges, but I think this is, could cover other concerns that we have in maintaining that the rail corridor.
Yeah, and so what's going on now is that Logan County had to foot the bill for a railroad crossing upgrade. Right now, there's some federal funding available, but it'll dry up. So I support this.
Mhm.
I support this.
Okay. So I'll do yes on that. Okay, great. And so that was the last one. So you get an idea of some of our fun hours-long meetings and discussions. Okay, great. Well, thank you. So now I have our positions for these. And let's see, if we want to go ahead, and I've got the county attorney's report. Just put you on the spot for a minute here.
It's an easy report. I don't have anything to report right now.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, and then we'll move to county manager Rears.
Thank you, commissioners. You have my, excuse me, my written report in your packet. I had a few of the highlights here. Next commissioner meeting, regular commissioner meeting is October 8th, 2 weeks from today. Work session schedule for October 1st. Currently, there's 3 items. I'd like some direction about the 3 items, as well as potentially adding 2 more. So the items on October 1st, Human Service Emergency Assistance Grant Policy. Second item is the Treasurer's Office update, and the third one is the ADA report that was recently completed. 2 additions, if the board is supportive of this, is adding in a zoning code update. That effort is wrapping up through the Planning Commission and Community Development. Wanted to have some broad discussion about the direction they're moving in. And then the 5th item, the second addition, is a Connex container discussion, which seems kind of odd to raise at this level. But as I'm sure the commissioner is aware, we have a number of Connex containers stored various locations across various county buildings. And there's a constant push to purchase more of them. I am not a fan of Connex, but we still need to have a discussion about the placement and additional Connex. And then we also have to wrestle with the fact that if someone were to purchase a Connex container and put on their private property, that there's a building permit and there's a process associated with that. Yet we don't do that same thing. So there's an equity issue as well. So I want to raise that with the board as Connex has come up twice just in this week, and it's only Tuesday. So I'd like to have that discussion with the board if you're amenable. So those are the 5 items for the work session on October 1st. Legal services RFP, you know, that has now been completed. South Beaver Creek Road Engineering RFP, we did receive some proposals. Those interviews are scheduled, so we're going through the proposals here this week and scoring those. Copier RFP, consolidating all our copiers.
Just a minute, going back to the
Mhm.
South Beaver Creek
Mhm.
RFP. I know during our work sessions, I had always requested that we keep have some type of town hall or communication with the residents of South Beaver Creek to make sure they're aware of what we're doing and they're acceptable of what we're
Mhm.
doing and understand what we're doing. So when do you suggest we have those town halls?
So in the RFP, it calls out 2
Mhm.
times for the public outreach. First is basically after contracting. There's going to be initial reach, public outreach, town hall for the community to come meet the contractors or the designers really in the engineering firm as we work through the details and gain input before they even start really any meaningful design. And then it'll be later on once they take the public input and the work on the drawings. So the first one would be by the end of the year. And the second would be in approximately Q1 of next year. So there will be 2 opportunities for public input with the design firm that's selected.
Thank you.
Sure, no problem. Good clarification. Legislative updates, the board gave direction with the lobbyist firm BNC to work on that in-need septic assistance program. That is making some progress. At this point, it's looking at like we will have support from some senators or representative where they'd be looking at increasing the fee on septics, and the portion of that fee would go towards a revolving fund that would support people in need of septic repair. Details need to be worked out, but just wanted to let the board know that those conversations are continuing. SOB impact study, we have the generic early level methodology associated with that and fine tuning on SOBs, specifically with the latest proposals of the latex or see-through clothing. We're going to have more by the end of the month on that as they start look at the facts and figures and trying to quantify the impact on the county budget if something like that were to move forward. Sure.
About that, were we thinking about reviewing our ordinances, regulations, SOBs for the county?
So that is going to be part of that work session. We can definitely raise that on the first, talking about the land use code. I have instructed the Director of Community Development to add in clarifying language about SOBs for the county for unincorporated area. So to make sure that we're fully compliant with the law.
Right, thank you.
I think we've all asked for that, right?
Budget work sessions, so the board gave direction for 3 work sessions. First one has already been completed for essentially a third of the budget. The next 3 work sessions are October 2nd, 9 a.m. to 12:30 here in the courthouse. And then October 15th, 9 to 5 here in the courthouse. And then October 29th, 9 to 5 at the community center. There's going to be an official posting. It's on the website as well, but just to remind the board of the timeline associated with the budget work sessions. The idea of the last work session is kind of a whole summary. And again, staff is here to support the board for what changes, if any, they would like to make to the draft budget that we've presented earlier in the month. Dakota Tower visit, this building facility comes up often in conversations. Commissioner Mornis and I scheduled a tour of the tower. I was not able to attend, but I wanted to offer the same opportunity to the two other commissioners if you want to do an
Mhm.
individual tour.
That'd be great.
Um,
Yes.
We'll look at doing something before snow hits. Director Keenan, Facilities Director, facilitates that tour. So I will solicit times from commissioners interested and Director Keenan for the tour.
Since you're talking about tours,
Mhm.
we have the East Portal tour.
We are, I believe that's scheduled for October 7th,
Mhm.
Mother Cabrini Day. Yes,
That'll be on our list of meetings, right?
Yes.
yes. Obviously excited to welcome Sarah Abachek back as the paralegal. So she took a 3-week hiatus and just loved us too much and couldn't leave. So we're glad to have her back. I attended the Mountain Rail Project open house in Arvada a couple weeks ago. Great turnout. I know there's going to be future meetings pending on that. Update on the Mountain Kids lease. The attorney's office had shared that with the nonprofit group. I haven't heard back on exactly where that is, but I believe there's going to be some clarifications on the lease back and forth. And then once we work out those details, I believe the Mountain Kids group will be coming back to the board so it can be formally executed. But it's currently in with the other group. And then it is expected that when they are agreed to the terms and they come forward with to the board at a future date, hopefully soon, because obviously we need childcare desperately in the county. There's likely going to be a request for some sort of seed money of some sort. So once I get more information, obviously I'll share that with the board. But I'm hoping something like that could come as soon as 2 weeks from today. So
Is it
that's my hope.
Is it possible to put some kind of an update on the county website and Facebook? I did have that person that called yesterday, left a message very upset. She thought we were doing nothing and that we didn't care about childcare. So I didn't get to speak with her, but I did leave her a detailed message about where we're talking about the lease, the nonprofit, the money we allocated and
Sure.
that we do care.
Well, and if we
Yeah.
do look back, I know that the group does have a website
Uh-huh.
with information on it as well.
Is that called Mountain Kids or?
It's
know.
Gilpin County Mountain Kids Early Learning Center.
So I did not know that. So maybe we can just link to that website.
Probably,
and then they
yeah,
have,
provide a link. We
latest
That would be
information.
great.
Lindsay.
Yes, we'll follow up on that.
Thank you.
And that concludes my update.
Okay, great. Okay, and again, we'll go ahead and open up the floor for public or press comment. It's limited to 3 minutes each per person. Do you have anyone signed up? No? Anyone interested? No? Okay.
No one online, Commissioner Berman?
Okay, then we'll go ahead and close that and we'll move on to the Board of County Commissioners reports and notice of public meetings. I guess it'll be my turn to start. Meetings that I'd attended and some I know other commissioners were there as well, but when I attended myself was our Triad quarterly meeting at Red Rocks Community College. We got updates regarding UPK and also different mental health programs offered for the 0 to 4 age groups, as well as some new things in terms of parent groups and support for them as well. So do what we can. I'll contact our public health and to let them know about some of this going forward that Jefferson County is wanting to provide for the county. Also, there was a Colorado Department of Early Childhood programming update provided by CCI. Also, a fire mitigation meeting. Meetings that I attended with updates and different programming that counties are going forward and funding will be available for. And then again, on Friday, CCI steering committees where legislative proposals were reviewed and gone over. Let's see, and Commissioner Mornes?
I did a tour of the Dakota Towers with Director Ryan Keenan. Was able to see the mitigation that was done there by Timberline. They did extensive mitigation there. It was must have been very critical work that they did because there were trees growing within the compound. And I also did a look at the new HVAC system that's put into the tower as well. The road up there is quite horrendous, and I understand that a dispatch would drive up there during the summer to open the doors when the HVAC system wasn't working. And this would hopefully alleviate that trip up there. It is, and I don't know if it's forest land, but it's in very difficult condition. So, but on the facility is now has a working HVAC system that does have a generator backup with propane and electrical backup as well.
Okay, great. Commissioner Hollingsworth?
So I attended all my usual executive committees that I participate in. NOCO Places, Jefferson Center for Mental Health, the Opioid Council. I also did, I joined Team Gilpin on the 9/11 stair climb. I was only able to do 2 of the 4. Called it then, but that was really great. The turnout for that was really good, and that's to support our fallen firefighters and other people that lost their lives that day. So the funding that they raise supports the families and survivors. Then I attended the Mountain Rail open house. There was a Mountain Rail stakeholders meeting. Actually, Commissioner Mornes attended that also. I attended the Central City meeting. They were done with the SOPs, talking about other things. And then the CCI Wildfire Roundtable and the steering committees that were discussing legislation last Friday.
Okay. And now public meetings on October 1st, we will be having a regular work session as County Manager Rears stated, and that'll be held here at 9 a.m. October 2nd, for another budget work session, again here at the courthouse. On October 7th, we'll be doing an East Portal visit from the Grand County side. And October 8th, we'll have our regular Board of County Commissioners meeting, and October 15th, again, another budget work session.
If I could make a request before the next item. Going into executive session, it is asking to adjourn. If the board's so inclined, I would ask that it's recess, so you come back. HR and the deputy clerk of the board can work on that resolution for the CEBT. So you can see that, and then you can formally consider the action, the 8.5% in that resolution. So that will give the opportunity for the board to see that resolution and formally approve that. And if there's anything else from the executive session, as you know, there's a lot to cover. If there's any sort of direction the board has after that, gives them that opportunity, gives you that opportunity after the executive session. But that's just a suggestion if you'd like to do that.
Do we have something to negotiate with CEBT? Did you just say CEBT?
It's to come back and take an action. It has nothing to do with the executive session. It's
Oh,
just so the board can come back and take a formal action on the resolution.
we'll add it as,
Yes,
add it
Oh,
as
okay.
an agenda item.
it's my understanding it's already prepared, so we just need to get it in front of you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we can do that.
So instead of adjourning, we would recess.
recess and then come back and reconvene to take action on that and anything else the board would like to do.
Okay. Okay. And I can go ahead and be open for a motion.
Is it my turn or your
I
turn?
think so.
Okay. We like to alternate.
Your turn.
Madam Chair, I move that we recess to executive session for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategies for negotiations, and/or instructing negotiators under CRS 24-6-402-4E-L.
Second?
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 And the board is now recessed to executive session.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll need a motion to reconvene.
Is Kimberly, are you ready?
Are you ready?
Okay.
Mhm.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners.
I second.
Okay, all those in favor of reconvening as the Board of County Commissioners?
Aye.
Aye.
And so we are now reconvened as the Gilpin County Board of County Commissioners. And I'll entertain a motion for authorization of the county manager.
Madam Chair, I move that we authorize the county manager to execute a contract to purchase real property up to $1,250,000, subject to county attorney approval.
I second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and so that passes 3-0. And also now we'll move on to Resolution 24-133, authorizing the approval to adopt the CEBT insurance rate renewal for 2025. And are there any questions or comments regarding this?
I have none.
I
Madam
have
Chair,
none.
Okay. She has none.
Okay. Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt resolution 24-133, authorizing the approval to adopt the CEBT insurance rate renewal for 2025.
I second.
Okay, having a motion and a second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And resolution 24-133 is adopted 3-0. And having no more business before us, we'll now adjourn. And
No,
the-
are we going to do the
The other two items
the
on,
other two that we needed to correct?
Commissioner
the-
Mornis,
we had already,
the other two items are just corrected items that the board have already amended and approved earlier in the meeting today. So they're not new items.
Oh,
They're
we're doing on these two, because.
just showing the corrections.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
okay. Therefore, having no other business before the board, I will adjourn, and the time is now 1:54 PM. Thank you.
Thank you.